The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Oh, we're back at the desktop. Lots of things still changing, I'm afraid. The guy updated the software just as I was going to bed last night. And it's still not working properly. But anyway, lucky enough there's alternatives, and we've been there before. So we sort of have backup plans. So yeah, lucky enough he's given us multiple ways to connect to the domains out there. 2 ways to do it. One way failed, the other way worked. Well, normally it's the other way around, but anyway. So how is everybody out there? It's been another rough week for me. So I'll give you an update in a minute. Let's see, post around this stuff, get it up and running. So thought I might have been able to start on time today. I started even earlier. Didn't quite work to plan again, but there you go. Windows decided to trash my mouse cursor, so I had to find how to re-add that again. As it brings up their horrible Microsoft little tiny mouse, which is very hard to see on the screen, especially if you've got bad eyes. I've made the best cursor in the world, but I've got other ones that blink faster and blinks red and all sorts of other things, but this is the one I like the best. I made 5 different variations, but I only did the pointer. I haven't done the other cursors, of course. But yeah, without that cursor, it makes it really hard for live streaming, as you know. So yeah, what have we got up? We got the episode name, and we need the website pinned. Okay. Me, myself, and I. It's just me running the whole shebang here, so I got to be a technical person, a fix-it, a fireman, as you call it. But I'm used to it, because that's what most of my job revolved around university, was to be a firefighter. Get the computer systems up and running, the labs up and running for CAD-CAM. CAD-CAM is a bit of a beast as well, and they had updates regularly as well. And they weren't really designed for being on a university network. So I had to do some clever batch work to get it up and running on Novell, because we used Novell, because it was better than the craps networking that Microsoft offered. But anyway, but Novell didn't keep up with the times, and they went under, didn't they? Didn't they close down recently? 2 years ago or so. So much for getting certified in that. But yeah, I've probably forgotten lots of stuff now since I've left university, and 20 years has passed. But yeah, tutoring was good, and I'm still tutoring, really, using my website here, right? YouTube and all the other things out there, trying to educate people. But there are some clowns that we have to deal with, which I'm going to talk about today, who don't respect me, at least. And don't respect anything, really. They just take takers. But yeah, I'm going to talk more about that. It's been a disgusting person to deal with. So what's the I've got a pin. It's a bit hard to think of what you're going to say and be a fix-it man at the same time here. So I've got to pin that on tilt. Eyes are playing up a wee bit, but we get there. Are you awake there, Mike, or have you fallen asleep? I think I saw some messages pop up here while we're getting set up. That was a good way to test out the chat anyway. I think it's all working. I think everything's working a wee bit better than it was last week. Where was the last comment from you? I was doing all these test messages. I think there's a way. Okay, I think we are go. No, that's me, isn't it? No. Oh well, I think I saw you there. Yeah, I'm here. Okay, cool. I'll leave that open. We got also Skinwalker Ranch to talk about. A few tabs here. We're keeping up with the developments here. I'm trying to organise a new guest onto the show from Bradshaw Ranch. It was meant to be next door to Skinwalker Ranch or something. It was on Ghost Adventures, I think. So I'm talking to a guy called Maya, who wants to come on my show. So we'll see how that develops. Not sure how good they'll be compared to Colleen, because Colleen was very open to discussion. Looked at my stuff, I looked at her stuff, and of course we sort of understood each other. And normally when I give it to the guys, all they want to do is promote themselves, you know, talk about their movie or books, and they don't want to really interact in the topic at all, because they might find out I've got actually better evidence and more experienced it when they haven't. You know, they might be researchers in the field, but they've not actually experienced an alien visitation or a UFO. You know what I mean? Well, Colleen, she's experienced paranormal and whatnot. Although we can't prove that she did. Makes them more human, though. They're not like empty shell researchers like we deal with in ufology. I know Michael liked her very much, but she's busy as now doing writing up about her father. She obviously did some recordings in the hospital and stuff, and she wants to talk about that experience, I guess, before she forgets about it all. Yeah, it's been a bit rough. Still trying to get over Charlie. I so miss him, I really do. What's going on here? Alright, that's right. Okay, got third phase. We'll probably have a look at third phase. We'll see how it goes anyway. Anyway, I know I've forgotten something, haven't I? What have I forgotten? Feels like I've forgotten something. I think we can probably begin, actually. I've got the folder open. Skinwalker Ranch stuff in it. I'll come back to that. It's like they never learn on that ranch. So, yeah, after I finished the last show last week, one of those persons that I commented to on their little short clips, which was having the lights go behind the forest, was this guy here. It turns out to be some sort of thrill seeker, trashy type SLUR UFO type account. He wasn't really a sky watcher by the sounds of it, and putting it up to his followers like Red Panda idiot guy, Chupacabra guy, who are like other thrill seekers in ufology trying to make some money off it. And also come from the Lou Sondo crowd. They got burnt by Lou Sondo, so they think UFOs and aliens are all fake because they got counter-intelligenced by a Sondo from the US government, and we know better. But yeah, this is the crap I had to deal with. He used Mojo's video. Although he did it in a fair use way, I asked him not to use the content that Mojo provided because I got permission for it. And if he uses it, then Mojo can take him down. But he was saying, yeah, can't stop me using it, can't stop me using it. Try and sue me, all sorts of crazy shit from this guy. And I thought, oh yeah, sounds like a 20-year-old punk. Very similar to how Tyler used to be. Or still is, I guess. He's good at hiding and lying, that guy. Maybe Tyler was absolutely paranoid, scared of me. These people don't know who they're dealing with. But anyway, he filmed the episode off his TV screen using his phone, which doesn't get detected by Google, right? So that's how he got around it. But this is how he trashed the Mojo video, my analysis I did of it. And I told him to watch the whole episode and actually listen to my conclusions at the end, why I thought the footage was legit. Also, although I said in that video analysis that anything can be faked if you've got enough time and money and helpers, of course. So yeah, probably play a little clip of it here, but you can see he's trying to say the lights are cars and of a gas station across from where the guy's living. And the noises on that I said were tires on the episode, sound like tires on the road, was actually, and I changed my mind and said it sounds just like a type of water pump, because there was questions whether it could have been fire engines across the bay or across the waterway. But I did ask Mojo, is there any way fire engines could have got to that location? He said no way, it's all like swampy marshland. And we've seen other videos of his where he's been filming in that same area, and you can see there's absolutely no country roads, let alone highways, anywhere near the location that he's filming, in the trees. And you can see it's all sort of rivers and valleys and swamp. So as far as I know, Mojo is telling the truth, but you just don't know 100% ever. But again, this guy didn't point out anything about the alien creature in the video. He's saying that this is the top of the petrol station, and the other images are just light reflections and stuff like that, which is absolutely nonsense, because I stabilized. I ripped all the frames off the original Mojo video because I got permission, and enhanced it and stabilized it, and then I applied various colorizations to try and bring out details, which does bring out details of the alien, but also causes some artifacts around the lighten where it creates a edging effect, a bit like AI does. You can't really enhance all the colors correctly using the color curves, because it's very tricky. So you just put up with the lights we don't really care about. We just want to focus on the subject without adding in artifacts, and that's what I did, right? So if you see my thumbnail here of this episode tonight, how's the audio sounding, by the way? I forgot to check. I think it's normal. I think Mike would have said something otherwise. So I did this thumbnail. It'll probably start up as soon as I click on it, because that's what Google does now. Just tries to break all the things. So yeah, this is the picture of the Joker, the clown, and there's a picture of his video here, and we know that the alien creature that I zoomed on that whole footage where we saw a movement happening was this creature, whether it's a man with a latex mask, silicone mask, or whatever, because I did actually look at masks at the time and what you could buy, and nothing even closely matched what we saw in the video. You know, they had variations, of course, but yeah, saying that that's a top of a gas station, the lighting with the lighting going downwards as well, is ridiculous. I think I even said the most practical way to fake this video would have been like a floating platform, where you can bang in 2x4s and build a little light rack where you can put LEDs on it and have someone wheel a chair on the platform and wear a latex mask. That's about the only way you could do it. Really stuff that you would expect like sci-fi Hollywood would do. But anyone that's not been following my channel and not been watching the episodes, I suppose I could probably play a clip of it, right? The original first. So we can start with the original first, just go over it again. I know you guys are probably sick of hearing about this one. It's been around since 2017, isn't it? That's yeah, you don't get Skywatchers offering footage to me in case it breaks their world view, right? They knew that was taking out security, third phase, and all the big names, exposing them even back then, right? So yeah, you just scroll down to find the episode here on the home tab. Looks like they've rearranged some things again. They got this side panel now. So just play a clip of it here. I'll go back. So he's saying these lights here are all part of the gas station, and all the other lights were cars coming into the gas station, which is just absolutely ridiculous. So where does it begin? About there. Okay, so this is meant to be car headlights. I'm not sure if they're meant to be parked next to a river or something on the other side, but we can see there's light reflections happening off water at the same time here. So now he's sitting in a deck chair, right? And you hear the deck chair creak occasionally, and he's got the Handycam low light 20-year-old technology, low light Handycam, which was the cutting edge of the day, I guess, compared to the Sony sensors. If we had like the Sony sensor cameras now on this object, we're about to see it in infrared and color night vision and all sorts of crazy stuff, and it wouldn't be so dark, and the lights would probably be totally overexposed, you know. So there are some benefits to using older technology. But you can see here There's little flashes of light, and remember there was one light that seemed to be moving around. It comes up to here eventually and then moves off or disappears, which I'm not sure how that can be a car, but he's saying it's cars going past on a highway. But anyway, there's another blinking light here. And you don't know, but he's actually filming because of the way the the lens works with the out of focus and stuff very close to it. If you got like infinity set, it's actually filming through long grass here, and I enhance it and show you the grass that he's filming through. And there's also sometimes he turns on a torch to try and recalibrate the camera for low light, and also get the attention of whoever's out there, right? Which he does. By the end of the video, we see something that looks like it's moving towards him, like a creature, but he only gets like a few seconds of frame before he turns off the camera at the end. Or what? Actually, the lights when all go off. He shines the torch and he's got something hidden towards him. Then suddenly all the lights go out. And he turns on the torch again, doesn't he? And realizes that they're suddenly gone cloaked or took off, which you don't get on a gas station. What gas station or petrol station that shuts? All of them we know nowadays, especially in the last 20 years, have been open 24/7, right? And they have trucks pulling in all night long and getting more diesel because they make thousands of dollars each time. And selling pies to eat because truck drivers like hot food because they're always on the road and they're trying to stay awake, so they get coffee and pies at the station as well. So yeah, what station turns off all the lights suddenly before he starts filming? You'd have to know the owner to be able to do that, or someone working there at least. You could make up lots of excuses for the video why you could say it was hoaxed, but a gas station is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard as a debunk anyway. You gotta remember, this guy's also friends with SLUR UFO, and you know what kind of idiot that guy is as well. However, he wouldn't even listen to me either. It's like the same mindset type people attract the same mindset. Closed-minded, feel hard done by, and they want to trash as much in ufology as they can, and the people without even really caring about their feelings. Despite all the crap that I had going on in the week with my parents being sick and having to look after them, and my dog dying, I had to put up with this guy online as well. Trashing my channel and me, and he doesn't even know anything about me or watched any of my videos properly. He just obviously skimmed. But anyway, now no, I haven't seen lights of a gas station and cars going into it that all appear to be moving together. You can see that these are moving together from his little handshake he's got there. I suppose your heart's pumping like crazy, right? And you're seeing something crazy coming up. But here is the lights are now turning on above where the cockpit window is, which he's saying is the gas station. And you also got these other strange lights, like sensor lights or something popping up. He's saying they're car lights going past. And there's this light up here that is that little orb probe that's seems to be flying around in circles or something there. Okay, so you got these pulsing lights here now. And we're about to zoom into the alien because we know where it is now in the video. Most people miss it because they're not looking for it. Yeah, so it looks like a gas station to me, mate. Yeah, really, like a gas station and cars going into it. Looks like the lights are all in the same location to me. Can we see the alien yet? If it's an alien, he must be, if it's in a gas station, then he must be like huge, like 50 foot, right? You got me, but this is original footage. Wait till I enhance it and do my magic on it, so you can actually see what's going on in it. Well, there's the grass he's filming through, but some of that grass actually cuts through the lights. And there's that noise. That's the pump. I believe it's a water pump. So it's going whoosh, whoosh, which sounds like cars on the tires on the road of a Doppler effect. That's what I thought originally. But when you compare it to actual Doppler effect of cars going past, it doesn't end like that. Anyway.
The ship is back here to the...
So, if actually we actually missed the alien, so let's just go back and see if we can spot it again.
Still going on over there.
So you can see zooming in. Oh, it was here somewhere. It was really... Did we just miss it? There it is. There's the alien. Okay, this is original footage, and you see this slight hand movement is distorting the image because it's interlaced, and we now convert it to progressive image. So if we step through that, you can see the alien that's wearing, we've determined that is a pure black outfit is wearing there. You can see his hands moving on the control panel. So this is meant to be a gas station. And you can see he's moving his hand now, see? He's got hands both sides, so you see that one there? Hands coming up, touching something. Or some sort of light panel that detects where the hands are. They wouldn't actually be pushing real switches, would they? There would be like heat sensitive pads or something like that, but like what we're using now on microwave doors and all sorts of things. And now he's moved it quite a lot. Now if he was a hoaxer, this would be your major part of your footage, and then you'd try and zoom in and get the best image you could of that, right? And you can see it's moving around quite a lot in the cockpit. There's actually another one that appears, because you can see where the lights go down. You see another one that looks like it could have come in and then stepped out. But it just couldn't get enough details on that one to enhance it enough, because this one's least underneath the lights at the top of the cabin or whatever it is. So there's the lights there, and you can see it's still moving around with hands on the panel. So this is why people think it's some sort of ambulance or fire truck. But when you zoom in on the people, you don't expect them to have big eyes and grey skin. Because you can see definitely was grey skin. I'll just go back again. Definitely, you can see definitely it's grey skin there. Alright. And you can see what even looks like big eyes on that image there. If you zoom right into it, you can see the lights here are definitely reflecting of a physical surface, like a skull, right? You can see it's a lighter one side than the other, even in the original footage here. It's very, very bad, but once you start getting the original footage, zooming it, enhancing it, because you wouldn't take it from this course. This has been recompressed and bitrate changed. It makes it lower quality than the original version is. You can't really share the original footage without degradation, because Google changes the bitrate, especially back in 2017. So yeah, eventually I do my analysis, as you know, and slow motion, stabilization. But yeah, if you were faking that, you wouldn't be zooming out. You'd be then saying, shit, what's that? And zoom right in. You'd say the F word or whatever, right? He obviously didn't see it. He was just seeing the lights, thinking that maybe they were all sort of like UFO orbs or whatever. Like he gets over the forest, like some TV shows that do Bigfoot shows, see these strange orbs above the forest that then suddenly disappear. Expedition Bigfoot, if you've been watching it. Now we questioned, why would you have big spotlights on? Well, they're over water, and they got obviously creatures that go outside, so they'll be collecting specimens and stuff like that, and also putting maybe some pipes in the water because they need water. Why would they be sucking up water? Because it seems that maybe all life in the universe would need water. Water seems like the key thing that you need for DNA life, right? I still think it's credible footage, and because of all the reasons I said. Scott Brown has suddenly shown up. Now, Scott Brown is the one that put Mojo on the blacklist as a hoaxer, and even Scott Brown didn't notice the creature in the video. This is my skill set coming in to play, right? But yeah, we're talking about Mojo, and even today that we had an interview with him, he said he's denied any hoaxing. In fact, we did an interview not long ago, Scott, where he's going out with a friend this time as a witness, because he sort of listened to me, and I said, look, you got to at least document you filming it and doing this and this to really prove your case in future. So people do actually listen and what I have to tell them if they really want to prove this. I don't think you can prove anything on video anyway. Everything can be faked, but if someone helped him fake that, they haven't come forward in 14 years. So I know he said he lost all his friends over it. His friends thought he was faking it and lying about aliens that he saw. Now, he said he was crossing the stream to get closer to, there was activity in the woods before this event, months before, because it only happened in 2011. They kept coming back, he said. He was crossing the stream, and this, what he classed as a mantis single craft, approached him. And there he was, hovering across the stream that he was crossing in midstream. And he didn't have he had the camera in his backpack, he said. And he said he's looking at this mantis looking at him. And they were just checking him out because they knew he was approaching the landing site, he said. And he tried to get out the handy cam and start filming it. And the thing just zoomed off. So they saw him no threat. They knew he was there. And they kept turning off their lights and disappearing when he got too close with the camera. So he only got distant lights, and you could see things moving around in the woods, right, in some of his videos, even though you could say it was being hoaxed and he was filming campers or houses in the woods. But we tried to have a look at some of that footage there, and it kind of did look like there was like a big LCD screen inside a cabin or something. And he says, I know it looks just like that, but it's not. So you can either take his word at it or not. Who cares? Either you believe it or you don't, you know. If they need light to see, etc., you think they would use infrared at least, use Google. They probably know that lights attract bugs and things, right? Moths and stuff, I would say. And yes, you could say they could use like the black things over their eyes could be like shades of some sort that amplifies what they see. But we've talked about this before with the black eyes and aliens. Why would they be so big and large? And it's because if they come from a different planet where there's less sun, or they live underground or under the sea, as you know, fish eyes can get quite big on some fish. So there got to be more photocells there to be able to see in dimmer light. So it makes sense why aliens would have big eyes. And also could explain why they can have like insect looking skeletons, because they haven't actually got exoskeletons. They got sort of like elephant skin. If you ever grabbed an alien by an arm, their skin doesn't feel like our skin. It feels more like an animal type skin. So they have like sort of rough skin on them, like elephant skin. They haven't got exoskeleton, so that means they can actually, insects in a different DNA situation could be human-like with insect features if they don't have an exoskeleton, because, you know, it goes down to physics and science of it would be too heavy. If you had exoskeleton, you'd collapse underneath your own weight. But things at the very small scale don't scale up to the very big scale. So that means they would have to have different DNA things, right? I mean, satellites making themselves visible seems kind of dumb. Well, when you have a look at it, it's only selected lights on it. I reckon some of them are sensor, so they're actually, it's a bit like LiDAR. You know, you ever watch Skinwalker Ranch, they've got so many friggin' lasers and things flying around that they're trying to map what they're doing in real time. I would say alien craft would be very similar to that. They would be using sort of late LiDAR technology to map three-dimensionally and create like a holographic image. I think that's where we will be heading in the future. You know, you won't be watching images on a flat screen. It'll be like a Star Wars holographic, full-blown images in front of you, like you're actually there. You know, we have to wait to the future if we even live that long. But yeah. It's kind of strange. Everybody's always talked about the lights on UFOs. Why would they make themselves visible? Well, it makes sense that if they are hovering in airspace or whatever, that it'd be best to have some lights on, so they sort of give them a warning to aircraft approaching. Why do they show themselves? Well, 20 years ago, they probably didn't have similar cloaking technology. In 20 years, our technology has improved, and now we've got sort of cloaking technology in development. We've got the e-ink for the car skin, which we've covered many times now. So they could easily put it on aircraft and make the aircraft instantly blend in with the sky, like Predator. That technology is now available publicly. What do the military have? They would have had that 40 years ago. Anyway, but the problem with the Mojo's one, he refused to give away the location because he wanted to keep filming there. And to me, that makes perfect sense. You know, as soon as you let location go to prove that the video is legit, you're suddenly giving away your honey spot of filming these creatures that have sort of gotten used to you tramping around and trying to capture them on film and to try and document it. Why would you suddenly have MUFON and all the investigators go in there to try and capture stuff in the same woods and not interfering with what you're trying to do? Also, he didn't want MUFON to have full copyright. You know how they have that sort of, by submitting this, you give full rights to MUFON to do whatever they want. And you know, MUFON has been exposed many times as selling information and breaking their terms. So I can understand why you don't want to give it to MUFON. So he went to Greer's team, thinking that he was legit with the CE5 and the Disclosure Project when he clearly wasn't. So he got a scientist, a PhD scientist from Greer that went out there and investigated it. And he said, you can contact that scientist and see if he'll tell you anything. But again, you got the privacy of the agreements they had. So it was really hard to get hold of that guy. But anyway, you probably have to do it through Greer. And, you know, I was exposing Greer and all that. But yeah, we've talked about lights. We've talked about symmetry and elements. So there's a positron and an electron. So what's the opposite of photon? Antiphoton? Don't sound kind of right though, does it? But there would have to be like negative light and positive light if you go and buy that scenario, right? And that's what Tesla used to call electricity. He said there's electricity of the motion of electrons and atoms, and there's also another electricity that's not electrons, which he called the radiant energy, and it comes from what he called the ether field, which is equivalent of saying dark matter, which is all around us, right? So he was on the right track until the bankers decided to get greedy and destroy what he was doing on the last project, the special dome that he was building with the glass tower. They tore it all down, unfortunately, so it never got tested. And of course, then he got sick and he was put into a motel room. And that was the end of what he was doing, basically. But although the hotel manager, he managed to convince him to set up a lab in the hotel. Apparently, he was trying to use the hotel because it was a high-rise as a new antenna. So he was building something up on the top there, and had the motor generation down in the basement. They had the cutting edge power unit in the basement for the hotel or something. But yeah, that's another story. You can find it on documentaries anyway. But yeah, let's just catch up in the comments. He's still around, Mojo. He's getting a lot older now. He must be in his 70s now, or getting close to his 70s right now. What things, some videos, if you want to be hidden, why have your lights on? Would you best to have no visibility? Well, sensor lights, laser lights, trying to attract things to you so you can capture them. You know, you might want to, let's capture some humans, let's put some lights on and let's see if we can attract anyone near us and we'll nab them. I couldn't see the alien moving hidden panels at first. After you mentioned it, I could see it, right? Yeah, you know, I spent a whole week looking at that footage and zooming in and slow motion, stabilizing it. You've got to remember, he had one up on the internet of it, and it had lots of interlacing and corruption in it. And I said, give it to me and I'll do my handiwork on it. So I did, and we pulled out a lot more details in it in the end. And I know a lot more now than I did back in 2017 as well. And I have a lot more tools now than I knew about, right? If they need light to see, you'd think they use infrared. They probably do. They probably use all spectrum, I'd say. I can't understand why in all these years that he was filming, he never brought a witness with him. Would have given more. He didn't have anyone with him. That's the thing. He was a solo man, even walking around the woods there. He was too scared. Even on the computer, he was scared of. Because he approached my channel first and started chatting to me. I reached out to him. And he knew what I was doing. And he knew he could trust me. He knew that was me because I had a Kiwi accent. And we did one-to-one chats. And this funny thing is, 2 weeks after he sent me the original source footage that he had managed to convert down, even though it was had interlacing, his computer system got totally trashed. He said he got a load of nasty emails. Friends were attacking him, and wouldn't talk to him anymore. Family and all this sort of stuff. Carry on. Plus, he said he was scared that the government would come and shut him down or whatever. And so he's very private, which kind of makes sense because since I had my visitation happen after I knew Earl Grey and the strange shit that started happening to me, everything that he explained back in 2017 when I was an absolute skeptic, I could now relate to. I had all the same stuff that was happening to me directly, things getting deleted, technology going wrong, and I still have. Even last night, one of my cameras was taken out. Had to change the power supply on it. The power supply was thing. Sun had rotted some of the plastic on the cabling and the straps that I used on the tripod, and basically the camera fell off. It's amazing all the strange stuff that happens around here. I spend literally thousands of dollars replacing stuff every year in this house. It's like some strange negativity over this house, this location. I should probably move from it. But the whole family's been sick. Dad even went to hospital last night. I had an ambulance come here. So it's been a rough time. He was filming there. He never brought a witness. He would given more credibility. Yeah, if he could give a location, he would have got. Definitely, I would have. I say that on the video at the end. I say, if he could give me the location, he could have trusted me that I wouldn't have given it out. I could have verified it and not put it in the video, and verified it and actually made a statement on the actual video saying that he had given me daytime footage of the area and I could map it out and overlay things, and that would have made it more credible for sure. But he is worried that people from the daytime photos, if they got hold of it, they're about to work out where it was. And again, he was worried that he was going to be got at, you know. But anyway, I meant to offset using lights making themselves visible. Okay, I think we covered that. I heard a good theory on propulsion system can create natural light. Not natural light, just a byproduct of it, right? Well, we know the light is different because when you listen to Earl Grey's visitation, he had a witness. He had his wife in bed, and they had it going over 3 nights in a row, where this light would light up the bedroom with this blue light. And it's like they started walking through the walls of the house, like the UFO had merged with the house, and they're just walking in, grabbing them and cutting them off to the spaceship where they stuck needles and stuff in them, but like they were doing with me, and then they take out stuff or knock you out. But in this case, they didn't knock him out, so he got to see everything that was going on. Well, I was knocked out because I was getting needles stuck in the back. And I know it happened because I had the puncture wounds that I got my mother to photograph. You can see the puncture wounds that were there, and the lump, and it was oozing for 2 months after. But yeah, I didn't have any back pain with it. You know, I had a massive back pain where it was just too hard to even walk the dog at night time, and I'd come home crying pretty much in pain. Yeah, he needs to use better cameras for sure. He's getting there, but you got to remember, he went to university after all this. I think he was doing university courses. I'm not sure what in, but he was trying to better his situation, I believe. But he was like 58 years old when he did this filming, right? So that was back in 2011 now. Another 15 years, that makes him 68. That makes him about 74, doesn't it now? And he's now wandering the woods with new cameras. But he can't afford a Psionics, which is really light application. It's not really true infrared or... And he needs, you need thermal as well. You need all the cameras pretty much. You need like a tripod with all these cameras in a row. And you need duplicates so you can even work out the distance and whether it's a bug fly in front of your screen, which should be happening on Skinwalker Ranch show. And they're using like some stupid Sky Hub, which is meant to use AI to tell you whether it's a plane on the flight radar software or whatever. But they don't have stereo cameras on it, so when a bug flies past on the Skinwalker Ranch episode and you see it change directions and zoom off, you know it's a bug, but they don't. They think it's a UFO because it's a single camera and they're not using stereo cameras. And if they had stereo cameras, you could put goggles on, see it in stereo. Now I see the last episode I'm going to talk today that they actually were wearing virtual goggles on one of the drones. The drone obviously had stereo cameras on it. But you don't see any of that footage at all. And they're still using single cameras. They're not using dual cameras when they're looking at lasers and they're saying there's something cutting the laser beam. They don't use dual cameras. Things can always... They don't have a technical person. They have all these PhD guys that are not camera people. They're not UFO researchers or investigators. They don't have the right thinking. They're just scientists and lack the skills, right? No, you know, a guy that's amateur if he uses emboss on a video, and that's what they've been using on that show. You had that what's that guy's name? That little short guy. It's meant to be a PhD in astrophysics or whatever it is. Hasn't got a clue. It's just an absolute joke, that show. But anyway, we'll be going over that if we get time. That would be good, Scott. He also around the time he had formed a relationship with a partner, Will Smith, and was taking him and feeding him information. Will was one that channel was filming Emergency Lights. The one that claimed. Oh, right, okay. If it's Emergency Lights, show me a fire truck with a huge cabin in it, because you can see the chair in it, right? I got it on this idiot guy that's tried to tear me down. I posted a close-up of this. Okay, there's the creature in that. The best enhancement I could do, we're only dealing with something like 32 pixels by 40 pixels or something in the whole video, which is a 48i. You can see the chair he's sitting on, and this cabin goes way over here, and you can also see almost like another creature step in, then step out. But I don't think it was worth concentrating on it. You can see it's definitely got big eyes, and you can see it's got reflection off the head. You know it's not some sort of light of a car at a gas station that this idiot's trying to claim. There is some distortion here. It's low light. We're talking about interlaced errors. You can see here there's little cuts going through here where the slight movement is happening, where the pixels have moved slightly, you know, so that's cutting into the eye there. So it's got little problems in it, and we know the same similar problem is going to be there, but it's going to be like 1 or 2 pixels out. But you can see it looks like a chair end here, something going behind him that he's sitting in. But yeah, even this fat piece here might be wrong. You can see it's got an interlace cut through there where the mouth is. You can see there's something missing there, some data. That's the problem with interlace on those old cameras, that the CPUs weren't fast enough. When you got, if you're zooming in or zooming out, and you're moving slightly, and you haven't got it on a tripod, you didn't have it on a tripod, you're going to get little errors. So that's the best I could do to restore the image manually. Like, I spent a whole week on this video, looking at it in detail, seeing if I could find any clues that there was any helpers in the video hiding in it, mainly. And there was no reflections of the bodywork if it was a truck. Which, you know, all these lights lighting up this guy in the cabin. Why can't we see more of the bonnet of the car or the fire truck or whatever it is, right? So I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Wee bit skeptical because no location, but I just followed the facts, kept a middle ground on it, and said maybe we're looking at the real deal. This fits. Before I had my experiences, I said this fits all the abduction cases and accounts out there, and some of those had witnesses to those abductions and accounts happening. So yeah, and we know that ERT's got like 20 markers that's not known publicly, that they use to analyze when a person tells of their case that they've got with aliens abducting them, that they know if they're telling the truth, because these markers don't show up when someone is lying or who's hallucinating. There's a science to this whole investigation stuff with abductions. Not even the government knows about it. ERT's got it well locked up, or they got it stored in their brains. But Earl Grey, who's passed away this year, sadly, I miss him badly too. I used to talk to him an email weekly. He listened to my experience I had, and he says, looking at the markers that you just talked about in your case, I'd say you're telling the truth. And he told me one of the markers anyway, which was the sound in the left ear, which I had got. So yeah.
Michael King donated £20 through Super Chat. Hey guys, Tyler here from Secure Team. Today's UFO is so real, even I almost believed it. Alien.
Yeah. So yeah, I was sort of thrown back in my seat when I analysed this video and saw that popping out, right? If you saw that in a video and you didn't see it first, and you think, far out, what have we got going on here? And why wasn't the guy zooming in and focusing on this creature that looks just like the abduction cases? If he's a hoaxer, he's a pretty bad hoaxer then, because he should have got more footage of this, and maybe even would have said so on video, right? He says, what the hell is that moving around? Let's see if I can focus on it. You know, you'd be talking to your camera when you're trying to do it, right? But all he saw was flickering lights. And he thought that was amazing, because he's not had them that close before. It wasn't until he started looking at the footage himself, at the time he gave it to me, that he started seeing more things in the video, right? when I gave him the de-interlace one, I said, look, this is what you got to do if you're going to do it yourself. I gave him instructions how to do it. Make sure you get a better copy off the camera. I think he's still got the original film though, but he reckons that someone tried to break into his house and steal it. Now you hear all these claims all the time, right? You hear people saying something destroyed or corrupted my images. You hear it all the time. And I just thought that's just a load of bollocks until it happened to me. So, you either believe me or you don't. I don't give a shit to this guy here. I don't give a shit to this arsehole. And I've just got his YouTube channel here. And that might be an early Scott Brown. I don't know. I think Scott Brown is a lot more professional than this guy here. Did he just catch a real UFO on camera? We can't really say it's a UFO, but I said I did line up all the lights and it seemed to go fit a shape of a cabin and maybe the outside of the craft itself, and it formed a classic disc shape as far as I could see, which I put in my whole analysis, right? Which comes up here, you know. I run it through several filters several times. So first of all, I overexpose as much as I can to see what's going on, and then I overlay all the lights. I can see why people would see that maybe it could have been a car there, but then again, there was also lights that seemed to be similar over this side. You know, if that had to be a whole car, then that didn't sort of line up at all, because that means the brake lights, that's a really long car, if that had to be a car there. So I asked him, could it be people pranking him? Because he is saying he didn't hoax anything, but it doesn't mean that he wasn't being pranked, because they might have known he was a sky watcher. And this happens quite a lot. There's people that they know in the neighbourhood that keeps filming the skies, and they think they could fly up a drone or a lead kite and try and fool them, right? Could it be two cars? Yes, another possibility. I've just gone through all the possibilities, but a gas station, definitely not, you know. But anyway.
Aircraft and helicopter.
Now, could it have been a helicopter that landed there? Maybe they're grabbing some water for firefighting or something. And I said, well, how many helicopters would wear a funny mask like this, you know? So, again, I just applied sharpening and all sorts of various filters to it.
And the lights seem to move in unison.
And some images were sharper than others, maybe because he had it more in focus at one stage as he was moving around.
Not like separate craft. And the cabin bay looks extremely large here. And that's a weird looking pilot helmet, if that's a person. The reason he gave for not giving away the location.
It's amazing what sort of details I managed to pull from that. But you can see there's definitely still interlace errors through here. So there's a good one there, right? Like I said, some images are better than others. It's still being stretched that direction. You can see it's being stretched. The lights are not circular. They're being stretched. So this has been stretched back a wee bit. But you can see there's reflection off the head here with the lights. You can see there's a light panel here where his hand is. And you can see it's got a big eye, but it's been stretched this way. So you know it's going to be more classic big eye alien grey, right?
Yeah. In 2011.
And suddenly you can see he's turned his head suddenly the other direction. And you can see now it's got a big eye that side, right? And that's the one where I work on the image a bit more with different filters, which brings out some artifacts on the lights, of course, because you can't. It's a bit hard. It's really tricky without getting too much changes in the head. You can see I haven't changed the head when I run some other filters on it to improve it. But we bring out details of the chair and the reflections on the chair just by playing around with lighting on the image. It was a complicated process. But you can see it's definitely either someone wearing a black one suit piece, wearing a alien mask, moving around, acting. Why didn't he focus on that if they were meant to be acting? No one actually notices it, right, in the video at all. No one actually notices it until it's pointed out to him. But yeah. Then I've run it through some more reds, which sort of brought out some other details, but also adds in artifacts again with the lights, because the lights are the brightest in the thing. But you can see it's lighting up something physical there. It's not a car headlight, it's not a car, it's not a petrol station person. You can see his hand is in front of this light here. His hand's also over here, but it looks like you can see he's stopped moving it so much, and the lights are more constantly circular, but still there's going to be some corruption there. But anyway, we've looked at this footage over and over again, discussed it many times. Why spend all that trouble filming it and hoaxing it and not having a monetized channel in the first place? Not going public with it, which you could have gone, you know, look how easy security got news channels to publicize it. All he had to do was show him some clips like this, and they would have run for it, would have run with it 20 years ago, right? Why didn't he do that? Why is he not a millionaire now like a security? So you got to ask all these questions. Is he really a hoaxer? Did he have help, you know? Why didn't they concentrate on the creature? So that's really overexposed, you see. This is the effort he did. This is pulled from his video, and he noticed that there was something sitting there too, and that's what he pulled off using his software. But you can see it definitely looks like a human-like skull with big eyes, you know. And these are my efforts, right? And I was unstretching it. And of course, now we haven't got a particular. We've got an image here, it's got less interlaced errors going through it, but it looks like there's one probably about there, one there where it's got some blackness. It's a bit like rolling shutter in a way. If you've got slight movements, you get sort of damage in the thing. It looks like it's got maybe an ear lobe here, or a slit for air. You can definitely see it's got like black overalls still, because there's his arm going to his hand. Definitely looks like a greyish type skin, not a pinky type skin. But yeah.
Filming, and also.
So I do this just to point out what I just talked about, right? Back then I didn't have streaming software and capture software, so I could explain it like I can now. There's one where the enhance the seat, but you can see what happens. You get the over saturation of the lights, and you get edging like you get with when you use AI. But I didn't care about the lights, because those colors changing in the lights, because I wanted to bring out more of the blacks in the chair here. But yeah, that was probably one of the better, less corrupted images of the whole thing, and that one we just looked at previously. Then I was comparing it to various other so-called captures of aliens, right? So I also worked out the whereabouts the eyes and the head movement was. So you can see it's looking down at the panel, then straight forward, and then I was comparing it to Stan Romanek, who's a bit controversial, but yeah, the alien did actually look like that in some of the images where the eyes were smaller, of course. It's a shame it was an interlaced camera, all the fine movements, right? Then I took all the frames and unzoomed the frames and overlaid all the lights. So where all the lights were the same, which disproves that there's cars moving in front of a petrol station. Those ones are the most thick ones with the spotlights. Doesn't look like a car now once you start overlaying where all the lights was. There was another light up here which I didn't include, but that seemed to be moving around in strange locations, like it was like what people talk about as a UFO orb. There was like a single one that was moving around, which I didn't include. I think I may have talked about it in the video. So we got all that light source there. And there's the alien there in the cockpit. I believe that's how big it was, something like that size. But I'm only sort of guessing here. You can see the alien there. And something was moving around over here as well, that we saw occasionally. But there wasn't enough detail. Probably not quite true with the bottom here, because I know there was some reflection of water. Definitely was about a foot off the water anyway. Probably come out more upwards here and then around, and these lights would have been reflections of the water of, I don't know, creatures moving around, spotlights. But yeah, still interesting footage. You should always keep an eye on it. And I think I did some other things on it here. Shows you where the weeds were. Yeah, you can see the reflection of the water. So yeah, I haven't quite drawn that UFO one right, but if I was going to redo it all, and there's that little light that kept moving around. It kept moving around here. I don't know what that was, but I think it's one of those orbs that people keep talking about. There's the alien there, when overexposed and stretched, of course, by adding all the images together. And then I run it through a filter to bring out the weeds here, which then creates artifacts in the lights. So you can't sort of amplify one part of the video without affecting the rest of it. But you wanted to see where the weeds were, and one of the lights here got reflected here. In fact, you know how it's sort of been modified here. It kind of looks like an alien, but it's not. It's just an artifact, you know. That's the problem with doing filters and things. You can get artifacts, but as long as you know about them and look at it differently. And at the end of the video, I spotted this, and I thought, through some of the filters, I thought, what the hell? That wasn't there at the start of the video, and that was when he just turned off his torch. And I was looking at this image and thinking, what the hell is it? And then I saw what I saw looked like a big bug eye there, and I thought, oh, sort of tried to draw around it. But then again, I can see a face there. This is the problem with pareidolia, right? It looks like maybe a face and a mouth there, and maybe some headphones or something, you know? But then again, when you look at it that way, it does look like it's got a mouthpiece here and two big eyes, but like a mantis grey. So, yeah. Interpret it how you like, I guess. But then I looked at other things where it didn't look like a face anymore, but it still looked like a mantis. Still looked like the big eyes there. It's overexposed, of course. And it looks like it's got the black overalls on as well. Like it's not, it's like it's absorbing the light, right? It's not reflecting or anything like that. So then I cut that out there. I can see that there's a little black bit there. Kind of look like the eye, maybe, but I don't know. Because it's interlaced, we're getting errors, right? Well, anyway, let's go back to that guy's video. So I asked him not to... Now you can see here, I've tried to talk to him. I couldn't reason with the guy, anyway, but anyway. I tried my best. So he filmed the screen, or he did some, you know, the images are way worse than what I had on the video. But I had the original source and I could do all my magic tricks on it. And you can see he hasn't even got the volume right. I'd have to amp this right up so you can just hear what the idiot's saying. Let me just try that now. That's on maximum volume. I can't get it any more than that.
And actually, I'm like real time talking to him right now on Twitter because he keeps sending shit back.
Yeah, he was hassling me, you know. And I was trying to reason with the guy. He wasn't listening. You can see, even if I put it on, which I forgot to check before I started playing it. It's only got it in 720, right? And it's still no better. It's not. I don't know if you can read it. There's none of my quality that I work with.
Telling me I'm crazy, a store. You're looking great. I'm fixing to show you guys. This guy says that he's an expert. Don't over.
So guys, am I expert? You've been following me for 7-8 years now. And look at all the big names I've debunked. Guardian case, Combine Harvester. Not even Bruce Maccabee got that. But he got the closest. He said it looked like something on a flatbed truck. There was definitely a couple of trucks there in that footage. Debunked the Dr. Lair stuff. Worked out how he fiddled the camera to be able to get the screw heads amplified enough to look like alien heads moving. And I've done lots of them. You know, the SCU guys got it totally wrong about the 2 fire lanterns in Puerto Rico there. I got that verified that Mick was correct because that's the results I got from my video analysis. It looked like 2 fire balloons that were heart-shaped, and that's exactly what Mick West said. It was launched from a beach. And then we found the MUFON guy had like a 30-page report on it, and he found there was a wedding party that day, and all that sort of stuff. So how people can still keep putting that in documentaries saying this is a real UFO when we know it's not. It's just ridiculous.
10,000 videos.
I don't know if you can hear that. I can barely hear that myself. You just have to amp it up later, I guess, or just watch it yourself. I'll give you the link to it.
For 9 years, blah, 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 blah. Let's just see about it.
So he wasn't interested in what I had to say. Blah, 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 blah.
We're going to make this real quick.
So you can see the alien there, right? You can see this other light there that kept moving around.
This guy back in 2017 was over here near his marshland, wherever he was out, not anywhere near civilization.
See, he didn't watch the video. It's in Oregon, mate. Oregon. It's all forests, valleys, and waterways up there.
From what this guy says, but there's no location on this. The guy doesn't provide a location.
There is a location, just not exact location, and there's no daytime footage.
You know what this looks like, you guys? My argument is these are cars in the background, and this looks to me like it's a store, probably off of...
Now, everybody's gone with the cars and ambulances before, right?
Okay, here we go.
That's what he's claiming, that these are car lights. Everybody goes with that. Sure, could be car lights, but you got to prove it throughout the whole footage. So he's scrolling back
This is where he
there
says,
because
this is not the place that this is at. This is good. He's saying the place that this is at. I don't know if I hope this is the place he's saying that, because it's not. Clearly.
I found a location in Oregon with a swampy land and long reeds, and I said this is what it looked like if we had a daytime footage of the area. Because we've seen the other footage, right? So we saw all these other footage, and we also seen some better stuff recently that matched what was in this video here of the forest that he was filming through. He put up a new one with newer camera. He even gave me daytime snapshots of it.
It's not.
May not be, and it happens throughout the video and has quiet parts where you don't hear that, and also you hear him creaking.
So this is all my animation talking about it and stuff. I'm not sure why he's putting that in there. No, those lights are all moving together, right?
He's got it really far zoomed in right now. You can see when he pulls back. Yeah, look at that. Whoop. Now, you know what, man? You're telling me this is out in the middle of nowhere, right? Well, what are all these lights over here doing? I see all kinds of lights.
That would be the creatures, I'd say.
Off. Just a second ago, there was another one over here, a couple up to the left over here. So where are those coming from?
Creatures on the ground, I'd say.
If it's out in the middle of nowhere. See right here, check this out. Coming back up. Oh, look at that. Right there. 1, 2, 3.
And he's filming through the weeds here, right? And that light there, is it a light or is it one of these weeds, right? He's saying it's a light. Prove it. Prove it's a car light. Now we know these lights are not reflections of weeds.
Okay, look at this.
Now that might be one of the other orbs out that way. We had an orb out this way going around in circles, and there was another light over this way, which could have been another alien. It could have been one of those, what he called the Mantis craft that had a single person in it, and that flew around for security. So, yeah, I don't know. Because it's low light.
Tail lights of a car leaving. Did you see that? Right?
Tail lights of a Lincoln. Where?
There's a tail lights of a car leaving. Did you see that? Right here.
Car leaving. I thought he said it was a Lincoln. He could even tell the model. I thought he was saying.
Right here, there's the tail lights of the car leaving.
Where? Can you see car leaving? Total bollocks. No, there's no car leaving.
There's a tail lights of a car leaving. Did you see that? Right here, if you
Where, mate?
you look right here, there's the tail lights of the car leaving.
Oh, that's it. Where the alien is. You can see the size of his mouse cursor there, right? This is smaller than the lights itself in the video. The guy's ridiculous. I like these cheap debunkers. Now they just prove that why debunkers are not really taken seriously in ufology, because this was slap happy. Even Mick West would say that was a garbage debunk. He says he wishes sometimes debunkers wouldn't rush into things. Well, this guy clearly rushed into it. He tried to get it up on his channel. He was even processing it when I said, look, you can't use the footage from the guy unless you do it under fair use properly. And then he started threatening, oh, you try and sue me then. What an asshole. That's what I thought.
There they go. See, look at that gas. Look, see right here. Look, does this not look like a gas pump? I think it's either. It looks like.
Oh, he's saying this alien is pumping gas, right?
All right. So you know what a gas, like at a gas station. I'm going to put a picture of it right here, right now. But
yeah, how does the red lights go down at 90-degree angle, right?
Over the gas pumps. These are the lights up under that. this is either the reflection of the water from the water off of that. And
What,
then
you
it
have a
just kinda
gas
looks
station on a water? So this guy's not making any sense whatsoever.
weird, just the way it is. But I'm pretty sure that this
Oh, they got a puddle there at the gas station. Is that what you're saying? It's raining.
is, I don't know if it's the reflection or if it's just the whole actual.
See, he doesn't know because he never did proper analysis. Hey, country man, how's it going? Good to see you, buddy. Just got home from work. Oh, you must be knackered. Hope all is well. Glad I could catch you for a minute. Okay. You probably disappeared on me. I know. Is he still there? Sorry, I didn't see. I was too busy trying to debunk this guy. Debunker. Hey guys, Tyler here. And that was the donation. But anyway, you know, he wanted to do a Spaces with me or whatever. I told him X has totally banned me from doing live streams on their platform, which is really strange, isn't it? You know, they're meant to be like free speech on it, but they've totally banned me from Spaces and doing videos on their platform because I had a bunch of UFO haters like this guy try and take me down. And of course, some everywhere. You know, it's really hard to take me down. And I don't take things lightly, right? And when I talk to the support, I says, fix it. They say, oh, you're going to have to write a submission form to say this and this and this and sign it. And then we can fix it for you. And I thought, well, fuck X then. I shouldn't have sworn, but yeah. You can see how frustrating I get. You know, I'm trying to bring real balance and truth into this field. That 1% can't be explained, and this fits into the 1% as far as I'm concerned. Even after all this time. Even though I've got better over the years, because I was fairly new to the ufology myself, as you know. I went into it like a total skeptic like this guy. And I've matured and heard and seen things now that I can't explain, and I still want to do research in it to try and document it and bring it to others. But I feel that now I have been abandoned by the aliens, because now I've set up cameras, they know about it, and they try and screw with them. They still might be abducting me, but I just can't remember. There may be stuff happening. I don't know. Sometimes I hear the camera click at night time, and it's in pure darkness, and the camera should not be clicking sensor modes next to me, and I hear it going click, 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 and I'm thinking, am I about to be abducted or something? And basically then I fall asleep. Like last night. It happened to me last night too. I heard the clicking off the camera, thinking, what the hell's going on with this camera next to me? And then eventually I just drift off. So it might be still happening, but I might not know anything about what's going on. But anyway, people say I'm on drugs, which I'm totally zero on drugs. All I'm taking is high blood pressure pills and insulin. I'm not taking painkillers at all. I haven't had painkillers for at least a couple of weeks now, even though my joints were really aching lately. Everything was aching. My knees, my ankles, my wrists, my elbows, my lower back. I was in a lot of pain this week. But yeah, I don't take the painkillers. I exercise as much, I walk around as much as I can, because there's a really big house, so I walk up and down the hallway from the kitchen to the bedroom. I'm doing things, fixing things, like the cameras, fixing them, you know, trying to do stuff with my bad eyes still. It's frustrating. It's more frustrating now, but yeah. So when I saw one of these creatures, you know, next to my bed one night, I thought, am I losing my mind? Then I wake up with no back pain, no aches or pains. And I knew that was really weird because back then I took the occasional tramadol so I could even have a night's sleep and without pain waking me up. But hadn't had one that particular night or that particular week. There's no way that would be causing hallucinations. In no way would it be causing a lump in the back, which I can photograph. So stuff is really happening. And I was really skeptical when I saw this with Mojo, and I'm less skeptical now. But he still could be a hoaxer, who knows? But we can't dismiss stuff that we think is a hoax because it's too hard to believe. And because we might be seeing our first alien grey caught on camera, and they've got caught out, and they do get caught out occasionally. Now I've caught some out on camera, as you know, the tall Nordic that was next to my bed. I managed to get him on film, but again it was low light, and I had to stack images to do it and prove to myself, not to you guys, but to myself, that I wasn't having a hallucination. And I did. I proved that I wasn't having a hallucination, and it was actually a real thing happening. So yeah.
Gas station.
That's
See,
the
look
gas
at all these
station.
lights. Where are all these lights coming from? If this is an alien spaceship, like what is all this stuff?
I just talked about all that.
Well, speed it. Now see that right there, the little light popped up.
Yep. Which are
Probably
alien
trees or
warps.
something up here, I'd imagine.
If he wants to listen, he can watch this show and listen.
He's looking
Then
below the grass, so that's gotta be
he'll
the
do
water.
another show on me talking about it, right? And they're trying to mock me and send it to Louis Views, who also was mocking me and being a fucking arsehole, basically. And he also did it on Cambion's show, you remember? And Cambion said, hang on, this guy's a good guy. He's on our side. Why are you attacking him? And I see he CC'd this to Cambion as well. And Cambion would know better that he's used my stuff. You know, he's used my lead debunks on his show. He knows I'm pretty good at it. Remember the Stingray one that Mick West said was this debris under the sea? Well, I enhanced that, and you can see it looked like a stingray or a manta ray, right? He was saying, "Oh, it's just debris." It wasn't. It wasn't just debris. There was actually some physical object there that went underneath the craft. But I said it looked like a manta ray, but we can't rule out it being a small manta ray alien craft either, right? But it's more likely to be a manta ray than it is an alien craft that looks like a manta ray. You know what I mean? If it was like creating a wake that bumped the craft, it would have been a larger craft, right? So looking at that video that Mick West said was this debris in the sea, some of it was, but not that object they caught. It wasn't debris, and actually we could actually illuminate it was actually on just above a rock face passing over top of it, right? Now Mick West didn't even bring that on the video because he doesn't know how to do video analysis. He's a guy that has to go through star charts and plane finder and all that sort of stuff, right? And map it onto his psych rec and work out the angles and the mathematics. He's no good at pattern matching in his head like I am. He's not really good at enhanced footage like I am, and looking at through different filters and knowing what's artifact and what's actually enhancing the image and all that sort of stuff. I just know that stuff.
Yeah, okay, see? This looks to me like, let's flip it around upside. Let's see what it looks like upside down.
So he's flipping it upside down, right? This is ridiculous. Anyway. He's got it upside down now. What's the point of that?
Here we go.
So he's using the original footage, which I told him not to. I said he can use my analysis footage, but don't use the original footage. But because he's made it so degraded, it's not even close to my full episode.
Now look, now you see now watch right here. The camera goes downward, so it's we know where.
He's in a deck chair, right? He stands up with the torch, right? So yeah, of course the camera goes downwards because he's got a torch in his hand.
Down now, so we know where.
Remember, he had a torch. He was standing up, or he was sitting in the chair and illuminating, but he probably was moving around too with the torch and trying to hold the camera at the same time.
Water, probably.
Anyway, this guy is a total joke, right? And let's see. Yep, definitely not aliens unless they're gassing up at the local speeds, whatever that is. Of course, then I had to reply to that. Amazing how wrong you are then. I went ahead and updated the description and made sure, because I complained about him using the footage and not to give him a link to the original video, which he needs to do, because this wasn't just some sort of random filming of something in the sky as a clip on the internet that's posted on X. This was like a whole week of editing to make the video itself with emanations and stuff, and he was using the footage to gain to con 14 people that put a thumbs up on this garbage, and they thought it was a gas station. Now, he doesn't like copyright. The video complies with all copyright guidelines, just my opinion, used to educate. So I said to him, yeah, fair enough. What I've seen there, the way you filmed it, made it more crappy. That does come under fair use. But anyway, he went and updated and make sure everyone that has any question about where the video is sourced, you're linked. And yeah, I know what. I am going to subscribe to your channel, which I don't need his subscription, and give you a regular feedback because I'm not an unfair guy. I'm super glad that you make contact, you stand behind it. I stand behind my reputation. My integrity and honesty outshines anyone else on the internet, even outshines Mick West, who defended that Brian Dunning guy who was convicted of being a fraudster and stealing $5 million from eBay affiliates, right? And he didn't even bring up that in the interview, and when I posted my comment, he blocked me on his YouTube channel, and so he could delete any comments about his mate Dunning. And he still has me blocked, of course. He unblocked me on X for the time being, but he'll probably end up blocking me again. So I'm the most honest channel out there. And I've been attacked by people like MUFON, which is a complete moron, and doesn't even understand what a weather balloon is until he does now because he's attacked me over it. And he realized that he was in the wrong, and he kept changing the altitudes to even more and more. At first he said 2,500 feet, and then he said 10,000 feet, and so on, right? So I'm super glad to make contact. A good buddy of mine that has a podcast is a believer. Well, I'm not a believer. I'm an experiencer. That means that someone that was a skeptic, as a debunker still, also experienced the same things that he thought was crazy once too. That should mean something in this field. I'm not just some complete podcaster trying to make money off this thing. Although I need money to keep it going, thanks to Mr. King. I've come close to quitting several times because I felt that I was wasting my time here. So he's got a good buddy, it's got a podcast. Would that be Lou Reviews? No, it can't be because he's not a believer anymore. Even though he had his own personal sightings of some TR3B, which I believe is government type craft. I don't believe that those ones are aliens. I think the government go out and try and capture aliens with these TR3Bs. If you look at the MUFON case where they're out in the field looking at a crop circle and they bumped into an alien grey in the field, and as a TR3B was approaching them, their cameras went down. I believe the government has technology to be able to do that with directed EMP type wave. And they can take out any cameras and stuff as they're approaching. They may be even working with aliens, who knows? But yeah, it looked like they were trying to capture this alien that was in the crop field as well. That's what I believe. And I think the alien was shitting itself because it bumped into the people and looked at them, and they took off running again. But anyway, that was another story that I've covered. MUFON could have brought out disclosure in 2015, I think it was, 2015. But they screwed up the whole investigation because it was Chase, whatever her name is. I'm not hating on you, man. Sure sounds like it. You're hating on the ufology topic. I'm sure you're a bright guy, but if anything I ever say to you, you remember this. Up to this point, the world is full of evil people who want to see you fail. Yep, I get it all the time. Now it's time for you to leave the house and meet people. Write that down. He thinks I'm living in a fantasy world, does he? I certainly don't. You people know better than that. I don't care what you do, but if you want to be honest, provide the link to my analysis of it and what I said finally at the end with the questions I asked him. Later expanded with more interviews on live chat. Location is said to be a red flag if not known. He has other videos of the area, clearly water ways among forests and valleys. But again, he told some people under written agreements not to disclose location who investigated the area. He said one day he will reveal it when he's not living there, and he finishes sky watching in this area himself. I thought that was a fairly good comment. Dude, I linked the video I watched that you reacted to. You would get much further if you just came at me from another angle. I really hate debunking UFO videos. They all suck. Not one is real. Everyone... See, again, he's not listening. I think... he wouldn't even look at the one from the UK, which I know is a real classic UFO. And the guy was also a skeptic debunker who would refuse to release his own video because it breaks his own worldview, is what I could determine from that. Not one is real. Let's see. Overchange people by what they think they should pay. No joke, you and I won't pay the same for a Pepsi and a candy. What the hell's he talking about around here? And F UFOs, I'm taking down Benny Hooner. I don't know what this guy's on, but anyway, I think they smoke too much weed in America. Again, it's totally banned in New Zealand. If you get caught with weeds, you get heavy fine. Again, you are wrong on UFOs and aliens. Real and disinformation agents are real too. Sunday, Monday, ghosts are real too. Must be awful to be you, an empty shell that nothing interacts with. When you learn to be middle ground and listen to people and grow in life, you might have something amazing spinning your worldview, Paul. When you get the real evidence, just CC it to me, mate. Well, I provide everything as it happens, normally days after events, and if I capture anything and document anything, I normally let you guys know, because I don't care about these people that think I'm a mental or hallucinating, because I'm not. Don't forget to sub to my channel. Is this a cheeky little C, isn't he? A C word. I said you can't use this footage, not my analysis, although it would be nice if asked, and limit how much under fair use, Paul. He didn't. He was mocking me. He was saying, I'm going to use it and you can sue me, blah, 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 blah. Make sure to link the full video use. I said it here again. Definitely looks like a gas station car. So this guy is a believer in this bullshit that he's put up. Blurriness. These guys won't look at the original video though. I tried to tell the guy, but he insisted his 9 years of video analysis, and he had to bring up Trump, right? This is a problem with the left field. They're all anti-Trump. And even Mick West keeps putting up anti-Trump stuff and getting it totally wrong. He attacked Trump over tariffs, saying Trump doesn't know what he's doing. Well, that's been proven, debunked already. Trump's bringing in trillions of dollars, or if not billions already in 6 months. He's got agreements pouring in. It's going to benefit everybody in America. It won't benefit us outside America. And that's why we're trying to bend to the knee, of course. But yeah, he's got to throw in the Trump stuff, right? And I keep politics out of friendships because everybody's going to have a different political view on things. And we just focus on common ground. So, as you know, Earl Grey was an extreme Democrat, but we got on, you know. As Earl Grey said before he died, in the last email, he said, let's forget about all the stupid politics crap. Let's just focus on what we know. Which is a true statement. If you want to laugh more, go and watch the video because he sees an actual alien grey. Well, I think I've proven it even today that there's definitely alien grey moving even on the original video where I zoomed in real time here without doing my special skills set on it. There is an off chance that the aliens used unleaded gasoline. So he's mocking it all the time. It's not as the lights move together. There's an alien grey many missed to see in that so-called gas station when it's actually a window to a cabin bay or cockpit. See the full video gang and see what he cherry-picked. So I'm saying to this guy, it's not all that seems to be, because he's cherry-picked it and he's tried to mock it, right, with his own idea. So wait, first you tell me you don't know anything about it or the location, but the guy sent you a direct source copy. Yeah, I explain it all in the video, don't I? I say at the very end, this is copyrighted material, can't use it, to try and keep it off secure team and third face mostly. Third face are apparently approaching Mojo for his footage so they could do their own sort of editing on it and make money off it and put it in documentaries, of course. But yeah, Mojo was wise to that. He wasn't wise to Dr. Greer because he believed in CE5. A lot of these people do. But I think now that anyone that's seen my Dr. Greer stuff knows he's a total fraud and he's not actually talking to aliens. Not even I have talked to aliens. All I've got is visuals. No telepathic communication for me, at least I don't remember. So whether that happens or not, I don't know in future. But it's gone very quiet, unfortunately. I say unfortunate, but maybe it's a good thing, because investigators in this field all get scared to hell eventually. They say the truth is more scary than you believe, and don't go into the field. You know, remember that guy in UK? There was on a documentary, and they researched this thing and saw some of the statements that he made, that he got really scared at times when he found out the truth. So, but he wouldn't actually talk about it. It kind of makes you wonder if there's some government involved in that, where they threaten to take out the family or whatever. So yeah, maybe I'm lucky that I haven't actually got those particular visits from Men in Black. I'm not busting your balls. Certainly sounds like it. Here, let's have another shrimp on the Barbie baby. So now he's mocking my accent, and it's the wrong country. But yeah, I'm willing to my life savings to whatever you next week's salary. That is at least 3/4. So yeah, again, he doesn't know anything about me, that I've had this strange sickness, and it's got worse since the COVID business, my autoimmune system, and I'm not actually working, and it's tried to take out my eyes, and we're trying to save my eyes. Then I can't do this stuff once I lose my eyes. So he doesn't know anything about me, and he's mocking me with my bad eyesight. Stop being a hack. You make debunkers look idiots. Now go away, time waster. I'm here for people that are after the truth and what I know about the topic, including 99% of fake shit I expose. And I said audio is shit, man. This is why I downloaded it. I explained it in the video. If you watch it all to the end, I have additional information about it, and my summary and my questions, and that's is at the back of this house, a swampy waterway pond that is impossible for pranksters or what some claim are ambos or fire trucks to get to. What ambo lights go along and down like that, or fire trucks, and why would one be wearing a silicone mask? And point out that the window is it's meant to be huge there. Somehow I've got another word in. I show the chair it's in. No ambo that's big. One day he will reveal the location when he's done investigating the area as a hotspot. Now, there's another one here that believes it. Definitely cars and a gas station, right? What an idiot. Again, this is what happens when you listen to the wrong people. Anyway, post a link to it, since I talked about it, and you can go and have a say on the video and tell that guy he's completely wrong if you want. Paul's been totally fair in that video at the end. I gave a fair assessment of it until he can give me daytime footage of the location it was. I can't verify it 100%. And I can't say it's not hoaxed. But it's bloody interesting video. Alright. Joker attacks Paul skills. He reckons he's made a laughing stock of me, a fool of me, right? I don't think so. Why's it got all that garbage at the end now? Ah, right. Has he got it in a playlist or something? I don't know. No, shouldn't be, should it? Is it working? I don't think it's working. Alright, it is. It's just a wee bit slow for some reason. I think it's gone out. What's all these extra things that Google have put on the end now though? Oh, well, did I not copy it right? I think I did, didn't I? See if it works anyway. You might need about to amp it up though. You might not be able to hear it. You must have turned everything up to maximum volume to be able to hear them. There's no way I'd leave a video up on my channel that bad. I'd create another version, just leave that one there. So here's the proper version. Don't worry about the other one, and actually eventually put this into members only or something. But yeah. And of course he's attacking me on X too, you know. The gas station UFO from the Out There channel, who is now going to sue me for using his video. Lawyer up. Well, if I did, I wouldn't have to pay for my lawyer. And I could bankrupt you if I did that. But it's not worth my stress and my time and effort to do it. Who's out there anyway? Come on, guys. Hit some likes there. If you really are in denial out there, come and talk to me. Don't simply just sit in the background saying that I'm a complete moron. Get to know me and you'll know I'm far from a moron. And I do have feelings. So, we've got over 10 watching, which is good. 10 on Rumble. 0 on YouTube. I think Mike's fallen asleep. But anyway, I have said the same stuff here. I said here, that was a cheap attack on my video analysis skills. I know there's a few typos and eye problems in this, but we'll read through them. Cheap attack on my video analysis skills, where he didn't even show the stabilized enhanced footage of what he didn't zoom in on. Hidden being Mojo, if it was hoaxing it. The video is 14 years old now, and you are saying gas station, then this entity under the lights must be 50 foot tall. Sure, it's a 20-year handycam low light he had at the time, 48i, and the figure was like 30 by 30 pixels, and small movement corrupted the frames, distorting some of it. You can see the head moving and the hands on the panel. Best you can say is someone, I meant to say, wearing a mask, which is a cheap debunk at best at the time. I looked at all alien masks could buy online. It's in the comment under the video, unless Google removed it, of course, and nothing matched well. Here you can see the chair and its black clothing. You can see the lights, white and red pulsing light is reflecting off the skull. See the slow motion of my zoom, stabilized, applying basic filters and advanced color filters and some edge enhancing. You can see that big black eyes and light glow. The chair is interesting, and size of the cabin. I thought that was a fairly good comment, despite there was a couple errors in it. Again, make sure to watch the full video here and don't skim and half listened. I mainly stripped all frames as pings and mainly stabilized better than automatic Adobe tools. No AI used, then just produces bad results. Mocking me and the Skywatcher is wide debunkers that dive too fast, making false claims about it. Opinions are just that, but you have to explain away every aspect of it as a debunk. He did have a PhD scientist visit him. He told one person location, but they weren't allowed to make it public, as he feared for his life due to death threats and hacking of his PC at the time. He didn't trust MUFON at the time and still films the sky there each year, hoping to get a close contact again with better cameras. We did full panel shows on this footage, and if could have been a prank. I was a skeptic back then, but since had my own experiences that shocked my worldview, and hope you get to experience something. I have physical evidence of my claims as well. What happened to me, after which I bought thousands of dollars. I mean, not thousands of cameras, but thousands of dollars. I put dollar sign for around the house, and documented the same claims of experiences of films being deleted and cameras breaking and power supplies dying and corruption. There's sure something much bigger happening but it's in the 1% frame and lost because of the fraud, shells, and hoaxes. Some typos, but read through them. I don't have edit on replies because dumb Elon can't code X with it. Which is basically true as well. So yeah, I'll post that link there. Come on, catch up with me, computer. I hope this computer doesn't break. That would be the last straw. That would probably finish me off, probably, from doing this stuff. I'm going to call the guy Joker. Joker X. Post. There's one Joker, alright. Mr. Punk Joker. Why is that not scrolling? Alright, it is now. Why are you people not talking to me? Now, this is hopefully the last time I'm going to talk about this footage, but it probably won't be. I just hope he manages to get something like that again on camera, but using proper cameras this time. And actually document it with multiple cameras at the same time. That would be bloody awesome. But anyway, still better than the Navy shit videos out there. Especially when I show you what you're meant to be able to see in it. Because you don't see it at first. But now we're going to move on to other topics, right? So, yeah. So we got 3 likes on Pilled. Thanks, guys. I know there's only a few of you watching there nowadays. Out of, what, 136 followers. We got Sarah on YouTube, which is typical. So that means that maybe Scott Brown's gone. Rumble. Mostly haters there. And the usual 2 likes there. Thanks, guys. But anyway, I hope I'm done with that now. And the Lou of you can mock me all he likes. He can be a disbeliever if he wants. But there's a lot more going on in this world that I can understand, at least. So just why some people experience it and others don't? They put it down to drugs or hallucinations, right? Maybe we're more intelligent. Maybe there's something different about us guys. Maybe we're more mature in our belief systems, in that we are not close-minded, or maybe we've got the intelligence to understand what they're telling us about humanity, you know, respecting life, because life is special. People that commit suicide are stupid, because they don't realize life is special, and you're meant to go through life and experience things and suffer pain and suffer happiness and all the things in between. We've got to keep fight, and don't go deep into religion and follow someone else's beliefs. Follow your own. Do your own research. That's what I've done in my life. I listened to all these different religions out there and realized that it's all made up. It's less information about Jesus Christ than there are aliens. Just put it that way. Where's all the historic books out there talking about Jesus Christ? There's none out there. There's only the Bible. There's only scripts written on stone and some cheap old paper they used to make back then, rice paper or whatever, and put into vases in deserts. And that's a white man with a beard in the desert. Doesn't sort of add up, does it? So there's all these problems with religions. And when I went to Bible school and I asked all these hard questions to the priest that was trying to convert me, he ended up with a mental breakdown. He had to leave. And then I was banned from going to the Bible school. That's the kind of impact I have on people. I have a scientific mind. I request evidence. And I requested it from Mojo. And I documented when I didn't get that evidence to actually prove it 100%. I actually say that in the video. And I'm still very fair, and I still experience stuff, and I can understand what he's going through. And I know that I was being monitored. Earl Grey was being monitored. Every time I talked to him, we knew that we were being monitored. Because strange things happened after. So it does happen. And that's why my channel hasn't grown. Because they're trying to silence me, exposing the frauds out there that are part of the disinformation spectrum out there. Secure team, disinformation. They're letting them go full time on it. And they're protecting them. They got people inside Google that are protecting them. Same with Third Phase. They got someone protecting them. And UFO Man and all these people that are creating noise in the real science of ufology, because they can't have the truth getting out there about the real topic that aliens are real and they're abducting people, and there's nothing they can do about it, because that would cause worldwide panic. That's the reason that you're not going to have all these hearings and bring out disclosure. It's not going to happen. Anyway, I hope I've made the point clear now. Anyway, got tears in my eyes with that speech. You can see I'm quite emotional about it. Anyway, UFO interest. He's got some stuff up here that we need to have a look at. So let's have a quick look. Explained in my old timeline. Okay, what have we got here? This might be something new today, is it? With debunks about this article. Nothing new. It's known memo S6751, released by FBI many years ago. Black Vault. It's not an official report by FBI. It's a round-robin bulletin created by our old California esoteric group, Borderland Scientists Research Association. So I don't know what that's about. Is that let's see, is that the famous memo? I don't know. What is it? The flying roll. I don't think it is the memo one. Part of the... What's that? What's that word there? Slate? Carry cross? Others undergo... See, this is the old facsimiles. They're just terrible font to read, especially when it starts being pixelated. Remote control, I can see it now. Carry cross, others are under remote control. So they're talking about the craft being a drone, I guess. I don't know. Their mission is peaceful. So they're talking about those little orb things being remote controlled, which could be like one of those 3D cameras with LiDAR that's mapping the whole area for security. Who knows? But yeah, he's saying it's just a report by another thing for another sighting. Okay, next one. Nothing mysterious. Those are just ice crystals. Okay, that was that's quite interesting. So this is obviously from the space shuttle. So let's just play that video.
This is what a water dump looks like in space.
Okay, so they're doing an experiment here, ejecting water into space to see what, so they can study it, I guess. And you can see it turns into this, but like in Russia when they throw a hot boiling cup of water in the air, it suddenly vaporizes, right, into, first of all, steam, then crystallizes instantly, pretty much. Goes through the 4 states of matter or whatever.
The water immediately crystallizes to ice crystals. And
yeah, so this is obviously a presentation.
As we are crossing the Terminator, it's really a beautiful sight. We were doing this periodically to maintain the water in the tank.
Yeah, so they film through these little bulletproof multi-layer glass, right, which has reflections and defects on it, and also moisture from the body runs down, condenses and runs down the windows. It looks like a little orb in space when it's not, right? So yeah, that was quite an interesting thing there, presentation showing water being ejected. Total bullshit in 2017. Oh, good year. We just gone through 2017. Colourful clouds dot the mid-Atlantic skies as part of a technology experiment on a sounding rocket launch from NASA. So I'm not sure what this one is, so we'll just go full screen on it. Let's see if it jogs the memory. Oh, right. Yeah, I can't remember that one. I was wondering whether it was city lights or high mast lights that have been installed recently that were filming. I think that was the footage that I wasn't too sure about. But then again, we didn't know about... Or it might be some similar footage from NASA that I was looking at, where they're dropping stuff at the edge of space into our atmosphere to see what it does. They call it aerosols now, don't they? You know, cloud seed and all that sort of stuff. Webcam records the extraordinary sighting of a fleet of UFOs. Well, you can clearly see this is not UFOs. If anything, you could say it was a reflection of clouds of cut-off lights nowadays or something like that, but this is actually a NASA experiment. Filmed obviously from the ground because that looks like a tree there. This might be up at Arctic. It looks like Arctic, so they're always trying to measure the hole there and what the sun's particles are doing up there. So it makes perfect sense, you know. Next one. Nope. That's an AI generated video by Unknown Footage IG, as already exposed on my timeline. And of course this is one of these links, these people, think tank or whatever it is, that's got hundreds of thousands of followers because they put up garbage and CGI like this. So this is AI generated. Let's have a look at it. Does it not play? Is this a picture, is it? Damn. Did he have a link to the original? Sometimes he does, so I might be down here, is it? AI generated video, unknown footage. So we're looking at maybe a tree line there with the sun coming up. So if we click on that, where does it take us? It's another post. Okay. It looks like the same footage. Is that clickable? No, it's like a snapshot again. So it looks like a light in the sky. UFO there. Right. So we know it's AI generated by looking at this guy's channel, the original guy. Make creepy viral videos like I do. Well, that sort of gives it away, doesn't it? New Jersey ring. Is that the same one? Okay, we might have a video here. Let's play it. Okay, we got the crickets in the background. Yeah, that kind of looks real realistic there compared to Mojo's video. I think he also had crickets in the background. But you can hear the repeating. Quick, 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 quick. So the audio sort of gives it away as well. And the guy you can't even hear on the camera. And yet you can hear the crickets fine, but you can't hear the guy in the camera talking, so that's another giveaway. And that over sound effect there. Now, this shouldn't even be up on the web, that sort of garbage, right? Anyway, let's just go back. Was there anything else here that was worthy of looking at? This video is a graphic animation created by YouTube and CGI artist Aleski. We are not alone on the universe. Okay, that's where we got to last time with this fake UFO coming out the crater and casting a shadow, right? Let's just do a memory check again. Oh yeah, we got some copyright music on it. Yeah, that really adds believability to it. Oh yeah, creating shadows. I don't think we actually saw that one, did we? Now this is another one. Sort of thing, security. Oh, let's cast in a shadow, or something like UFO Man would put up. This is a legit video. You can see it's going through the clouds. It's got shimmering on it. All that can be done with AI and all that nowadays. And that's where we got to last week. So we're done with UFO interest. I'll just check for comments as we go. Oh, we got some mic back. That looks like it was generated on Omega 1200 for FFS. Yes, it did actually. I'd have to agree with you on that one. So I'll just go full screen again. And yet people believe it, It's kind of stupid. Is it because we grew up with the first personal computers that come onto the market that cost $100, and you had to actually get all the parts and solder it onto the motherboard yourself and all that? Is that the time? Because we grew up when technology was first fastly developing year by year, and new advances in technology, and we kept spending our money on it. And we still are. A mysterious UAP was spotted over Orlando, Florida yesterday, hovering then moving sharply up and down in the sky. No wings, no sound, no explanation. Witnesses still have no idea. Okay, so this one is on X, doing the viral stuff.
Dude, it has the same dude, it just went. I see it turning.
Dude. He sounds like that guy that tried to debunk me.
Dude, and it's going straight up.
Dude, it's going straight up. So what do you think this one is? Experts out there. It's not a car gas station, I can tell you that much. I've seen this a few times now in 9 years. Especially in the last 3 years. I know exactly what this is. Dude, with some music. So what do you think that was?
Michael King donated £5 through Super Chat. Correct. We knew BS back in the day. We can still spot it tongue out.
Yeah. That video is legit. I can tell you that much. Just looking at it. Compared to what we just looked at, right? But it's been edited. But I think they're filming a real object there. And I believe it's one of these RC kites that we've talked about in the past. And it could have been a few variations. I haven't zoomed onto it or analysed it in great detail. Because I was really pretty rushed putting a show together because of what's been going on in the week here. So yeah, talking about RC, which is remote controlled. That means there's no strings attached. RC kite. It's probably a lead kite, but we'll say kite. And bring up images and see if Google's censored it. Because they're always censoring stuff. Yeah, so these are kites that don't have any strings. Could it be something like that, perhaps, but in black? Here's another one. It looks like a hang glider. And here's another one. And there's another one. RC kites. It even says RC on it. Yeah. That one's a little small one though. We got ones as big as hang gliders. There's a big one. And here's a one that's got black in it. And the triangle shape is very common. Fly it around. There you go. It's amazing those little motors have so much power on it. You know, you can fly that around the sky forever in a day. And we can probably find videos of RC kites flying around. Demo ones. Remade and fly no string kite. Blah blah blah. Who do we look at here? No flying, night flying RC kites. It does look good at night time, I must admit, when they put LEDs on it. It really gives it some mystery then. Who we got here? Let's have a skim of that one, top one anyway. Let's have a look. Is he Indian? I don't know. But if he lives in South America, he could give all his footage to Jamie Misson. I'll just mute it. Leave it on. Come on, Google. Oh yeah, he looks like an Indian. So let's have a look what he does. It's a fairly big kite, it's not too small. And you don't see all that shit hanging below it, especially when it's far away. You've got a camera on it. Is it? Electric motors, battery. It's amazing what you can do nowadays. Let's see it flying. There we go. Oh, it looks just like in the video. He's got it coming down though. Looks like it might be too heavy, I think. Let's see. Oh no, it's not doing too bad, but it needs to get some height on it. There we go. Just like in the video. Bingo! So if it's the wrong colour, but it's even higher quality than those film. Oh, there we go. There's no good one. It's a TR3B. Should be on Secure Team's channel. So let's done with that one. So let's have a look at this again.
See it turning.
Dude!
Let's go straight up.
Oh yeah, it just looks like what we just watched. Yeah, so let's zoom in on it. What do you reckon?
Maybe it's just some balloons.
Oh yeah, look, it's turning. Against the wind. Is it a full triangle? I think it might be one of those bird kites. It might not be a triangle one.
Some weird...
Oh no, it looks like it's got the wings going forward. So it's one of those bird kites, right? So it's flying the opposite direction. Remember we saw exactly the same type of device on UFO Man when they're in the backyard with 18 wheels and they filmed this craft that was flying that direction. Well, there's an example of one of these kites that flies the opposite way. So it's not this one, but they put the motors the other way and angled the wings more like a bird and then fly it the other direction. So yeah, if you put in here birds or bird and then see what matches we got for it. So these are all the type of bird ones where they got looks more like a bird flying around. So it looks a bit like that one there. There we go, look. Remote control everything. They want one that flies around with the wings forward. We'll look at eagle, I suppose. There we go. They got one flying around with actual bird in the sky there. There's another good one, like a dragon. But you want the wings going forward, more forward. Those ones are too straight. That one's getting closer. but it's not perfect. That one's going further forwards. That one's closer there. But I guess we're not going to find the one we're after that I've seen in the past in my head. I got it in my head, pattern matched in the head. The memory's pretty good. But I'm still not seeing the one I saw years ago. They probably call it prehistoric bird maybe, or dinosaur. Pterodactyl, I'm not sure even how to spell that. Pterodactyl. I'm not sure if I wonder if Google will fix it. Probably not. No. Doesn't fix it on images. Did you mean? No. Did I spell it right? Pterodactyl. No, can't be. Can it? I normally don't get spelling like that good. What else can you say? Anyway, take the right keyword, we better narrow it right down. Dactyl. Let's see. Glow kites. Dragon type kite there. Anyway, just believe me, there was ones that got the wings going forward. I'm not sure what type of thing I have to get in to pin it exactly, but I have done it on previous lives, I believe. Anyway, we're finished with that one. 100% RC Kite. Then I had someone reply to me, which is really odd because people generally don't reply to me. I thought it was a kite also. You should join my live show one tomorrow. I do some live debunks. What time? 1 AM New Zealand time, about 6 PM Mountain time, I think it is. Okay. Hopefully she knows how to click on my name and get to my feed where they got the link, alright? But yeah, what else did let's see here. Either a balloon or a kite. I'm being attacked by it's being affected by the wind. This is not a UFO. That's called a kite. There you go. So we can see here, it's like a Batman. Maybe I should type Batman in. Kind of looks like a Batman type kite, doesn't it? Identified. Let's just try that while I'm thinking of it. Actually, I think my bladder needs entering again. I might have to go to the toilet, have a little break. I haven't had anything to eat today either. Because I had to start this early. Because I knew there's going to be problems. Batman, let's try that one. Oh, here we go. That's crazy shape. That one's got something going forward on that one. Maybe it wasn't Batman. It may have been a regular kite, maybe not RC in front. Let's just try that, maybe. I have seen it with the sweep wings. Now that's getting closer to it, but it's got a head on that. Hey, look at this thing. That's huge. Batman head. Yeah, some good ones there. Ah, bat kite. Maybe we should do bats. Kind of does look like a bat. Bat kite. Yeah, let's get in this more selection. Oh, here we go. We need to get rid of the head though. To get rid of the head, put make it RC. It doesn't say whether it's a RC one, but that's what we're looking for. We're looking for that in an RC one. But it wouldn't take much to convert a regular kite like that into an RC one. Well, prove it then. Prove it. Yeah, I'm not going to spend money on it and proving it to you. I'm just doing pattern matching and side by side. These UFOs being deputalized to drop food aid in Gaza. Okay, we're not getting into politics. Epstein's list, we're not getting into politics today. No. It's obviously something picked up the winds, like a paper or something. Nah, it's definitely an RC kite. Some shit floating in the wind. If an eagle retards, well, no. RC kites do look like eagle. It looks more like a bat, actually. There's nothing phenomenal about it. Looks like a vulture, plastic bag. There we go. Someone was thinking about it. It's exactly the same as me, but yeah, that's not the it's not a really good one, but that's getting there. So yeah, this shows you minds can think alike, but moving on. Yeah, so I thought this was quite funny. This is kind of crap that people post, right? London Anonymous. They drew this on the cave walls to represent this. They drew this to represent this. Now, there's a problem with that. Wouldn't you say? Because that doesn't really look like a really big head that you'd normally get on an alien. But I can see this is not really like the alien grey I saw. It wasn't like a sharp angular face like that. The eyes look more menacing as well. More deep blackness to them. With no reflection like that. Unless you got a bright light, and there wasn't a bright light because it was in the middle of the night. Or it's just a human with black ash around the eyes for hunting, and which makes more sense because if you got the hunting, that they'll draw themselves with black tie eyes and stuff, because the eyes animals can detect or something, can't it? I'm not really much of a hunter, but there's a reason for doing it. Why did hunters use black ash around eyes? Let's see what comes back. I wonder if the AI will kick in. It scanned billions of websites out there for those keywords. Here we go. So what's it got to say about black? Hunters use black ash around their eyes to reduce glare from sunlight and improve their ability to see in bright conditions. So there you go. So even Africans who are black, not allowed to say that word, used other makeup. So used to put different, used to put blood on their faces and chalk on their faces, but also obviously put black underneath their eyes to stop the sun reflecting up into their eyes as well, to make it more black than their skin. Similar to how athletes use black today, the black material helped to minimize reflections off the skin, and hunters see more clearly, potential spot more prey. So there we go. That's the reason. But I know I've seen people do it at night time too. But yeah, let's see. Why do military? Let's see how it says this one. How do military at night use black around eyes? Probably say a similar thing, I'd say. AI again. Military people use black ash or grease under their eyes, often called eye black, to reduce glare from reflection surfaces, particularly at night, and to improve the ability to see low light conditions. This particularly helps minimize reflections from moonlight, starlight, artificial light source. There you go. Another one debunked, I think. And it kind of looks like they've got some headdress stuff on them, you know, for hunting or weapons. It's obviously been trimmed. To be fair, they also drew chimeras and other things that no one really asserts ever existed, nor do we have official knowledge that more current photo is accurate. So that makes sense. There could have been animals.
Michael King donated £5 through Super Chat. They didn't have paint or pencils. They used chunks of coal or whatever tongue out still look similar.
Well, fire ash, you know. But again, that doesn't necessarily have to be black, does it? But I suppose they found out certain woods would be more black, carbonized, right? Like you say, coal, you know. But yeah, I'll catch up in the comments in a minute. Michael, that's not you, is it? Is it? I don't know. I know they have been here for tens of thousands of years. There you go. I didn't know you were that old, Michael. Wrong Michael, wrong Michael. Okay, let's close that one. He's the King of Scotland. Thanks for the donation again. Now, that's a lot of money you're giving me. Again, thanks a lot. Like I said, I had to throw away a power supply off my camera last night. I won't go into details, but yeah. To replace the power supplies, I just bought a whole nother selection of them because I know I go through them every year. They're not cheap, you know. They end up being like $5 to $10 each, you know, 12 volts or decent ones anyway. So we're seeing this being posted around again, viral stuff. We know it's exactly how it's produced now. It's being filmed through a window, and there are spotlights on the ceiling behind the person that's taking the photograph over the car park there. Maybe they didn't necessarily think they were going to create a fake UFO video. Maybe they were just taking it because they like the new car out there or something, you know. Or just testing out the camera. But yeah, it was proven fake, that one, as UFOs. SLUR, I think they call it, wasn't it? But I'm going to have a little break now because I need to dash to the toilet, and we've got plenty more to go through here. So I'm just going to put a break up. Let's try something different, I guess. Let's see. Where's all the pause artwork, Van Gogh? I think I've probably used those. Well, I'll just do my stuff and I'll adjust the volume if it's got some music. I think it has. It's good. Good, got a good soundtrack on it though. I'll keep it in the background. Wasn't done by me, but I did add some of my own stuff and videos as well. I used a bit of a mixture, and sometimes I re-edited things. But yeah, there's a couple of good artists out there that I use from Germany and whatnot. I'll catch up in the comments when I get back, Michael. Go and grab a tea or whatever. You want to see the what? Oh, what button does? There's all sorts of stuff I don't use much anymore on there, on that panel that I wrote. Okay. Managed to get a little nibble to eat, but I've got some more to eat later. I'll probably do another hour. I see YouTube's way behind there. I'll just get a drink. Oh, that's better. You just don't have time for basics in life in this field. It's forever ongoing. So much to cover. I'm out of problems to deal with in a week. I don't expect to see it coming. As it is, we might have another death in the family. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently this virus going around is really knocking back older people, causing lung infections. They have to give them antibiotics. I think what have they done to us? They weakened our immune system. Dad doesn't trust flu vaccinations anymore, but I think he should have had one. Is it finished now? Well, let's go back. That'll do. Right, Mike, let's have a quick skim of all the comments here. I wouldn't have called it techno music. I like the synthy stuff, but it had, I suppose it had a bit of a beat like a techno. Okay, so this you have been busy. Okay, we got to Mega 500 comment last time, or 1200 or so. Correct, we knew bullshit in our day, we still do. Welcome King, back in 5 minutes going to make some quick, good food. Kind of does look similar. These mofos did not have pencils. Use a chunk of coal and paint it, yep. On the wall, you mean? Yeah, I thought you were talking about the eyes. Would love to see someone do better with limited artist utensils, yeah. Well, they used to mix, you know, how you get food dye, so eat certain things, like beetroot, get saliva and spit it over their hand, like the Aboriginals used to do in Australia, and leave a handprint, you know, say they were there. It's quite clever when you think about it. Michael, random numbers. I don't mind donating, mate. I enjoy listening. And I got a big pay rise recently. Well, that's good. Taking smoke break. May actually go listen to you in VR. Okay. I want to see what the XXX button does. That's just a placeholder for expansion. But yeah, we got to all the conspiracy people and haters out there thinking that I've got links to pornography. Dancing in the tunes back in late 90s, techno. I hated techno, preferred like the parody. The later stuff. Okay, kind of like this though. Should do 2 hours. It's because people don't get the cold anymore. I haven't had a cold in like 4 years. I never used to get the cold. Once I went on to this herbal stuff that was meant to cure cancer called Easiac, and it didn't boost my immune system. I wrote a book about it until it got pirated, and then I stopped putting it up. But I can send you a copy of my original book in PDF if you want. But I talk about it there. again, that was another thing that didn't make me lots of money like the UFO grifters seem to, or those people that are corrupt in US politics that write books like Hillary Clinton that make millions of dollars. I think she got 14 for her crappy book. Mine was practical. It had practical stuff in it, like herbal treatments. One thing that you try, if you got a really chesty flu, Dad tried it. I said, just do this every night. Skin an onion and dice it up and put it on a saucer next to your bed. All the what do you call it? The air currents will blow off the acid chemicals that's produced and that make you cry. You breathe it into your chest while you sleep, and it breaks down all the mucus in your lungs. Give it a try next time you got a really bad lung and you suck it on Vicks Vapor Rub or eucalyptus and other treatments. Try a simple onion and see how better you feel. Brown onion. But yeah, got stuff like that in the book, and it was pirated, so that's probably means it was worthwhile pirating. But I was selling it for $30 at one stage, I think. And of course I had to pay for my web hosting and all the other stuff out of it, and yeah, it just made it really hard to, you know, I was hoping I was going to make enough to get off the dole at the time. I wasn't on sickness back then, but it didn't work for me. But anyway, that's just another failure in my life of ongoing fight, and surviving life and see what it brings you, you know. Same with my mother, she stopped getting the vax. The other ones they offer for older people since I woke her up. They might do improvements to it and more testing now. The person that Mick West hates, what's his name? Robert Kennedy. He reckons he's a conspiracist and anti-vaccine, which he's not. He just wants them to admit the truth about things, which they won't. It's all about money, of course. But he's now got them taking out mercury out of the flu vaccinations, which is a really good idea. And also doing proper validation of and making sure all the side effects are well known, which they haven't been doing. Because a lot of it's covered up, as you know, a bit like forever chemicals, all that situation, right? But yeah, if they improve the vaccines and it's the same ones that approved without the mercury, maybe if you're older, it's probably then worth taking it, you know. But then if you're 80, taking mercury in a flu vaccination shouldn't really worry you too much, because you're really much on the end of your life spectrum now. So yeah, but I suppose once I'm 80, I'm probably thinking I don't want to die yet. I still want to live another 20 years. So why should I take a risky flu vaccination? So I can understand. But by the time I'm 80, I'm going to be in lots and lots of pain if I'm already in pain now. So yeah, get to accept me and like me right now, because I won't be around forever, you know. You ever looked at Amish community? They have zero autism and their obese levels are like 4%. Yeah, this goes to show, you know, get back to basics, all right? And all this food colouring, they're onto that now because of Trump. Now all this good stuff that's happening is because of Trump, and the people just can't accept it. And Mick West is going on, oh, Trump's hired all these stupid people in his administration. They got no skills, they're all conspiracists. Well, they're doing damn good from what I'm seeing. They don't take vax and eat local food, no, natural sugars, etc. Yeah, and that's another thing, they're getting rid of all that stupid corn syrup shit that caused a lot of the obesity, you know. Go back to basics, go back to where Coca-Cola used to taste really good. I still think they've changed the formula though. In New Zealand, we didn't allow corn syrup. New Zealand was the only country, like Mexico, that had cane sugar Coke. But they still changed the flavour. I remember it changing, and I didn't like it as much back in 70s, I think it was, or maybe early 80s. But they certainly mucked around with it. Anyway, let's get back onto the show. Orbs. Okay, we're talking about orbs now. UFO orb and military helicopter caught on camera. So what's that tell you straight away in Italy? It kind of tells me this sounds like a really suspect video just on that headline alone. Orbs have been linked to high energy phenomenon, surveillance tech, and even otherworldly encounters. Well, Lou Sondo had it flying through his house for a few years and he didn't actually get anything on video. What's that tell you? That the guy is completely a liar? People have him fabricate lies. His family. Why wouldn't you take any videos or photographs of the so-called claims? Why wouldn't you set up security cameras? Are people so stupid? But anyway, here we go. What do you reckon? I'll make it full screen again because you can see we can't quite get the video sized properly. So what's all that crap in the background? Then we got some music, is it? Oh, it's meant to be a helicopter, is it? I don't know. You can tell it's fake already just by the sound. So that looks like a helicopter. These look like RC kites or something, you know. But more likely it's going to be CGI. So fake, so fake. The black silhouette fakeness is so easy to do in CAD cam nowadays. Now they've got even better software, you know, like they call what's it called, Blender. But anyway, that's just an absolute fake bullshit. Clear CGI fakery. Maybe the drones. No, someone said AI. I think that's probably closer to it. But I think AI could do a better job than that. I think it's been done by some sloppy CGI artist, that one. Yes, might man remember this one. Ben Rich. Couldn't think of his name. We now have the technology to take ET home. You might recall that. There are two types of UFOs. One's rebuild and one's they build. That kind of makes perfect sense to me, you know. I don't know about you, but that kind of actually doesn't ring. And of course, the ones that we build are the ones that have all the disinformation agents telling us it's the other ones that the aliens are building. Second director of Lockheed's Skunkworks. So, was he really know something, or was he just being, you know, like a quote, you know, like they got this stealth plane that can go at max speeds and not be detected? Would he be just saying we now have the technology to take ET home as like a referring to something that's black ops like this that he's talking about? Maybe the TR-3B that we've never seen. Who knows? We already have the means to travel among the stars, but these technologies are locked up in black projects. So that kind of sounds like he doesn't really know. He may have seen some experimental craft that can go really fast. Maybe go to the edge of space without normal conventional rockets. Who knows? But whether they're traveling in space secretly, again, who knows? And if they are, why aren't we benefiting from it? You know, because if they can go to other planets, they can bring home all sorts of exotic material and gold and diamonds and all sorts of things.
Michael King donated £5 through Super Chat. That does make sense. The ones they build you hardly see. The ones you see all the time are ours tongue out.
Yeah. Because the aliens' technology is far superior than what we would be able to do, right? We won't be able to reverse engineer what they do. They probably have like skins on the craft that can turn transparent, right? But like a two-way mirror, and they can just put a current through it and turn it back into a regular window instead of a mirror. All that stuff we understand now. So could they do it with like a aluminium type skin, or a meta material skin that they can put a current through it, and then it turns it from a solid crystal into silicon glass? Who knows? It's possible. We'd say it years ago, back in the 60s or 70s, that's really crazy to even think of that. That's Star Trek-y. But we're doing stuff that's in Star Trek now. Have they got teleportation? More than likely, because what I've seen of them appearing in daytime directly in front of me, it's just like in Star Trek. They just materialize and they're suddenly there. And then they disappear again when someone comes around the corner. But they showed themselves to me. So yeah, how they doing that? Don't know. But we got a rough idea that we're heading that way now. Talking about quantum tunneling, quantum gravity, and symmetry particles, and multiverses, of course. But anyway, we already have the means to travel among the stars. So he's not saying we are, but we have the means, right? Technology locked up in projects. That makes perfect sense there. It still is. It would take an act of God to ever get them out to benefit humanity. So he knows something that we don't. Why wouldn't they benefit us? It almost sounds like there's an entity in the world that's operating outside the normal spectrum, doesn't it? Worldwide. And they've probably got bases all around the solar system. And they don't care about other countries killing each other or starving each other out of food and stuff. We now have technology to take ET home. No, it won't take someone's lifetime to do it. There is an error in the equations. And now I've been saying this for a long time, that our science and maths and Einstein stuff has errors in it. We know what it is. We now have the capability to travel to the stars. When Rich was asked how UFO propulsion worked, he said, "Let me ask you, how does ESP work?" The questioner responded, "All points in time and space and are connected." Rich then said, "Well, that's how it works." Now, he might be just being metaphorical there or something, you know? Like, we don't really know. It's funny that he's brought up ESP though. So that's talking again, what we're finding out more and more about is spooky action at a distance. And I've touched on that before in various live shows, right? But I said here, space-time is the error thinking. And I've gone over that many times too. Okay, once you read it, you start to understand what it is sort of as being openly said. Space-time, okay, so I was into space-time nonsense. Isolation field technology and non-human intelligence. Now, how quantum mechanics and physics and all that's working, they may be explaining something their way, but that may be actually a real thing in the real world that actually works, if you know what I mean. Saying that they're wrong, maybe the wrong concept is wrong, but the actual science behind it is correct. I know it sounds a bit, I know it's crazy, but we're talking about theoretical science here, and how they seem to want to prove things with maths. And maths is only a tool, it's not a proof. It's only a tool. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to reread out that one there again. And these are two clowns that are ruining the field. A bit like security and third phase. Rabbit hole goes far deeper. Well, I wish they would go down the rabbit hole so we can fill it in and get rid of them. Black projects such as, you know, people want evidence, answers, right? So if this guy here's seen those presentations that Earl Grey's mum saw in the underground base, she refused to even tell his son, even to on her dying bed, wouldn't give out any more information. This shows what sort of commitment they have to being an American citizen and the military complex. And they probably know, they've probably been told, if you reveal it, it could be dangerous in that your family will be harmed in the process. And maybe that's what happened to Earl Grey. Maybe it was a black ops. Maybe it wasn't aliens that merged with his house. Maybe what happened to me was also related to the US military, or the government that's outside the government that's working with maybe ET technology, or ETs themselves, or alien greys at least. This is the answers we get to keep looking for. But when Earl Grey released the information about his mother 2 weeks after is when he experienced this stuff happening to him. But he also joined MUFON at that time when he told his mother's story to MUFON people. Well, one person in MUFON who wrote it up and made it into a public newsletter. He also was investigating alien abductions when this happened to him. So take what you need, but there is definitely something bigger going on. Whether it's government involvement, government alien involvement, or alien only involvement, we don't know. But what they did to Earl Grey was certainly frightening, when he explains it in the video, which is also able to be found. If you go back to video link here, where I've taken a clip from a live show that he did with me, there, and you can listen to his explanation about it. How long was it? 10 minutes, only a 10-minute video, so it shouldn't take too much of your precious time. I should really check the comments again. Let's see. Michael's always got lots to talk about. Just imagine if we had like 10 Michaels in the side chat. We need a lot of moderators. What did I miss from the last comments? Okay, we got down to the, I think. Well, that looks terrible. Yep, AI would be better. It's likely 2K CGI. That does make sense. That ones they build you hardly see. Yep. Okay, you posted a comment. Yep. The one I've seen was most definitely hidden, looked like a mirror, and was only visible during the eclipse, which they can do today. We know they can do optical cloaking with their e-paint business and micro dot technology and cameras, which they're still working on for phones. Once they get rid of the glass lenses, that's going to be a radical change, and we'll be looking at 1,000 megapixel cameras in the future, and huge memory. They can already store on a little tiny chip, finger size, you know, like 100 terabytes of information. So it's going to get there, but at the moment it costs like an arm and a leg, like $30,000. I don't think people would pay $30,000 for the best technology camera and memory and a phone. But there might be someone out there that has the money to blow on that. Really think also I will never forget it up to the right top of where the sun was, like 20-30 degrees offset. If I was to guess, I would say it was like a few thousand feet away. Anyway, I'm blabbing. Back to the show. Okay, let's carry on. What is the time anyway? I haven't really been looking at the time too much. Already at the 3 hours, guys. So, I was going to do so much today, but you know me, I like to talk as well. Okay, here's another one. Back to London, Anonymous, the NASA Bluebeam project. So I want to talk about the Bluebeam project to redo it. We talked about it years ago several times, saying it extends from the idea of, is it the Bay of Pigs in Cuba or whatever it was, where they're thinking that they could distract them with certain flares in the sky that would form like a pattern of Jesus Christ or whatever it was. Why they're doing the invasion and try and take over the country. I think it was some sort of crazy idea like that, and it wouldn't fool people, but you know, people do look at the sky, look at fireworks and laser things and drone displays. After all, they could do it easily now with drones, I'd say, rather than using lasers. If they had a whole fleet of drones at a far enough distance so you can't hear them, well, they had silent drones, which they can sort of do now with certain blades. Then I suppose they could do some sort of holographic sort of type image using drones, because we've seen it on Skinwalker Ranch episodes on TV, which I meant to talk about still, but we'll get there, even if it's a 5-hour show today. According to the late journalist Serge Musat, NASA is planning on projecting giant 30-degree holograms of religious figures on the atmosphere. So as you know, I've looked into this, and I've also seen what they were working on at university when I was there, and I got a glimpse of what sort of technology would be needed to be able to fool it, and it wasn't there back in the 90s, so I don't think the military would have had progressed any further than that. That's my gut feeling, but doesn't mean that they couldn't have used some sort of projector system around a rocket to disguise it. But a stationary object in the sky would have to be quite heavy, I'd say. On a rocket, you've got a lot of energy there moving it along, but heavy object floating in the sky, I suppose you could create an optical illusion for a short time using some sort of laser system around it, but a big figure of Jesus Christ, I somehow don't think so would be even possible today. But they can actually produce Star Wars type images, as I said here. I said Project Bluebeam is BS. There's no way to use lasers to make a believable image in the sky. We also know what lasers look like. So if we saw it in the sky, we're saying, oh, that's amazing laser display. What's it about? 3D holograms are still young and can make R2-D2 images a few inches big with a massive heavy machine. What lasers? High-powered lasers and lots of mirrors and other things for tracking air particles of all things, so they can bounce off the laser off the particles in question. And then it looks like in Star Wars, not believable to be a real object. So when in Star Wars you saw it projected, it looked like a hologram of some movie, right? Well, that's what the sort of stage they're at still, you know. But I know people like conspiracies and they believe that sort of stuff. I've seen an amazing video of Bluebeam, and it was Jesus. They absolutely testing it. Let me find
Michael
it.
King donated £1 through Super Chat.
Check that. Confirmed real, not AI. So mostly likely Bluebeam testing. Thank you for your donation. Okay, I'll have a look. But this particular Bluebeam was some sort of religious nutter making false claims about NASA. But I'll go over that in a minute. Let's have a look what he's claiming here on X. Not found. That's because I think it's clipped it again, isn't it? Let's try clicking on it. Alright, no, still wrong. So he hasn't fixed it up still. He hasn't fixed it up still. Remember, he keeps fixing it, and then they do something, and then it goes wrong again. I should post that to him. Error. URLs and comments not full URL, so page not found, errors still. Still live. Sorry. Just posting that to the guy. Let's see. I'll get it from YouTube. Hopefully they haven't censored it. Let me just zoom in on the other screen. It may not work either. They got dots at the end as well. Post it on Discord, Michael, and I'll get it from there. I'm not going to trust this. It's probably YouTube that's the problem. But anyway, yeah, Discord is a place where they don't censor as much. Whereabouts are you going? Oh, you're probably not on it. Post here. Alright, something just popped up as I was typing. Synchronicity. Okay, we're getting the image. Oh, that thing. Let me just have a look. Kind of remember it. Copy link. Let's just give it a try. Select all, paste. Paste and go. Here we go. Okay, so what do we got here? Oh, blessed Jesus, look at that. Wasn't that some sort of ice crystals? Again, we have to go full screen. Let's just have a look. Kind of looks like sunshine through ice crystal. It has a special name for the weather phenomenon. And what's it say down here? This was an event that happened in Greece. It shares the same background, everything likely voiceover. Okay, so we have to look at the things here. See what the originals say. Yeah. See, it doesn't look like Jesus Christ now though, does it? Okay, so let's see. A dazzling bright light apparition has appeared. I say it's legit myself. I need a video article on comparison of every cross-device invention. This is probably a climate change experiment happening. Don't they have really bad fires over there, and also extreme heat, and also extreme flooding also this year? Be a good place to do this sort of experiments with. Now seated. So this thread is crazy. Connecting people with otherwise never met in real life is what the app is all about. I don't know if I got time to go over this now. So yeah, we've got multiple images here, so from different cameras. I've got another one. So he doesn't look too much like Jesus Christ there. Yeah, video of it would be a lot better. I can't remember, didn't UFO Interest do that one? And he linked to some science pages that said it was natural or something. So let's see what the video is saying. There's a Facebook, okay. I don't think I've got access to it, but let's give it a try. Oh, I've gone and clicked the wrong thing, but it doesn't matter. No. American veterans, Hawaii. Dazzling bright light in the form of Virgin Mary, they reckon it is, appeared in the island. 88 replies here, is it? Oh no, 35. Let's see, custom glow, really similar to previous images, surrounded by rainbow capture on the Virgin Mary and Jesus. Revelation 10:1. Signs from heaven above. Yeah, I think it's just a weather thing. But I can't remember what it's called, unfortunately. I'd probably have to spend some time looking into that. Anyway, what's this do?
Oh, blessed Jesus, look at that!
Okay, is that a fake video though, using just a single frame? It kind of sounds like it, I don't know.
How many? Yeah.
Because why didn't we see videos on the other links, you know? You could easily fake that with a single photo. See something down here. Seems to be cropped off there, and someone's holding something here. What's going on there?
They're real clear in here. Look.
Yeah, you can see them, can't you?
Look at that.
Yeah.
What's this here? I don't know, it kind of looks a bit suspect.
Hallelujah.
You have to put that on.
Is it on a big screen? Looks like what she's filming.
Facebook so we can all get it.
I'm going to.
Is it changing slightly in the atmosphere?
I definitely am. Pray.
So where's it talking about blue beam here? Underneath or what? Oh, here we go. Is this AI generated? No, the video is not. You can see it's not AI generated. It captures a real atmospheric phenomenon. Here we go. Likely a light pillar. Yeah, I don't know if it's a light pillar. It's very similar to a light pillar. I think if it is, it's multiple atmospherics happening. But that's the sort of thing they could do. They could put ice crystals in the air and then beam lasers into it and create an artificial one of these, which could fool people. As you can see, there's people thinking it's Virgin Mary. So I suppose it's possible when you think about it in that terms. That's me being my middle ground self, right? But yeah, light pillar. Multiple eyewitness reports confirm seeing similar sightings. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, thanks for sharing that though. That's quite interesting. It's like when they captured Jesus Christ and slices of cheese on toast, right? HARP, geoengineering. No, I don't think so. Took a video last week. And it's got clouds. By the looks of it. I got clouds too. That looks like the Grim Reaper. That's actually a really popular video. I get a lot of hits on it. I did a short with the Grim Reaper off the main video, but I think I did actually film it on one of these stills here. Yeah, my back camera is the one that's now acting up. But yeah, shorts, it's the Skim Grim Reaper. Mind you're going to see the dog, it's going to upset me at this stage. Miss him. So we get nice little clouds here. So the, oh no, that's one that looks like a triangle in the sky. Triangles, and that one there when water got into the camera and it made all these funny, what looked like UFOs. And then there's that one of the blob of jelly that looked really good. That looked like a drone or a UFO hovering above the house. But where's the Grim Reaper one? That one reflection on the window, it looked like a ghost hand. Hey man, I do everything here. Try not to look at Charlie videos. Grim Reaper, is that one? The clouds were moving really fast too. What's that say there? Forming faces. You're right. Yeah, that was a good one. Where's the Grim Reaper? Spider webs took over my camera. They're out there again doing it. Little shitheads. Sick of cleaning it. Too many Charlie Roo videos. That's when he was sick. Oh yeah, that was. I forgot to include that one. That was funny when he was teasing me. He'd come up, and just before I could pat him, he'd run off. Yeah, he was a good dog. I wonder if I can search on shorts. Probably won't work very good, will it? I've got tears in my eyes now. Let's try probably 2 words, is it? Reaper. What did I spell that wrong? Too many E's. Actually, I'm not sure how I spelled it now. Grim. Let's try Grim. Grim is after Paul. Is that the short? I think it is. It will come up. It won't come as a short when you do it that way. If you do a search and then you click on it, doesn't take you to the shorts. It takes you to as a regular video, and then you haven't got all the special links to go to the full video after that point. But yeah, this was actually quite a good capture on the camera. Look at it. And that's the real speed. It wasn't time lapsed or anything. Kind of looks like the Grim Reaper coming to our house, and it has really. But yeah, that's the sort of stuff you can capture on camera, and it fools you. In my opinion, testing blue beam, nah, have to disagree with you there, Michael. Yeah, it's definitely a real video though. This been heavy spraying metals recently, yeah. Probably. They're using UK as a test bed, aren't they? Another so-called conspiracy that will come true again. What conspiracy that the Mary's coming? When you watch the whole thing zoomed out, you see him turn and go down. Go down what? No. How's Dad? I think maybe he's okay. He's just got antibiotics to go and get. But he was in the hospital overnight. They were checking him out. I think Mum was worse. She fell and hurt her side of a thing. That she was black and blue down the side, and she wouldn't have me call the AMBO guys. They would have given her oxygen and all sorts of things and got her tested out probably. But Mum is not like Dad. If Dad's got something wrong with me, he's the first one to call the ambulance. Mum is no. To a dying last breath, she won't have the ambulance people come. She's really frustrating. But we've had the ambulance now 5 times to our house, I think in the last 12 months. So, you know, I had the ambulance come out for me, and Dad was already twice, I think. Now it's 3rd time. Once for Mum. But yeah, when they took Dad away, that Mum was having trouble breathing, they said, "Oh, it sounds like we should be taking you too. Will you be all right by yourself?" Because I was out the back fixing the camera, and Mum said, "No, my son's here. I'll be right." Only humans cry, by the way. It reminds you that you're still moral. Yeah, I'm a big hairy Highlander when it comes to my children and how I feel about them, etc., and my family in general. Nothing to be ashamed about. Yeah, I can't really cry. It's built into me not to cry. But yeah, I'm finished there. Let me just get my thinking cap on. So we're talking about blue beam. So yeah. Technically, they could do it with ice crystals, but I think it'll be like that video where it's not actually really solid, and people that are religious would maybe be conned by it. But really, this breaks down to this idea that it's going to be like a false alien invasion idea. There is a wiki on this guy. It talks about him, as you can see. And it's related even to Star Trek episode, which is kind of interesting. But anyway, let's just go through here. 1996 he died, huh? Was Canadian, I guess that's what it means. Conspiracy theorist, he is mostly known for his promotion of the Project Bluebeam conspiracy theory, which posits a plot to facilitate a totalitarian world government by destroying Abrahamic religions and replacing them with a new age belief. We've probably already got that anyway. Using futuristic NASA technology and involving a fake alien invasion or fake extraterrestrials encounter meant to deceive nations into united under a new world government. In the early 1990s, he started writing on the theme of the New World Order and conspiracy hatched by secret society. I think we pretty much got that. Looking at what happened to Trump, there definitely was a deep state. And now he's in power again, which they tried all their best to stop having him. He's exposing them all. Good on him. A lot of those people should be in prison, and they're probably going to get off scot-free, right? Russia nonsense, and rape cases nonsense, and Epstein's allegations nonsense, when clearly he was friends with the guy, and of course then everyone was saying, oh, he was getting favours and all that. It's just speculation nonsense again. And as Trump said, there's going to be people like him that's going to be in the files, because FBI would have been investigated, that are perfectly good people that were just, socialites, going to the same parties and trying to make more money, of each other and whatnot. Anyway, in 1994, he published Project Bluebeam NASA, in which he details claim that NASA will help of the United States attempting to implement a new age religion. What would NASA do? I suppose there might be a few Christians in NASA and government. Antichrist at the head and start of a new world technology. Cartoonist, blah blah blah. Gene Roddenberry, Star Trek screenplay The God Thing, and the 1991 Star Trek Next Generation's Devil's Due. In 1995, he published the most detailed work, Les Protocoles de Toronto. I don't know. I suppose Canada, they have a lot of French there. Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Does sound sort of like a cult-like space alien type culture, doesn't it? Anyway, that's all it says on the wiki there about him. And we're gonna got all this on the Rational Wikipedia, which is another type of wiki, I guess, that people submit things to it. Bluebeam is a conspiracy theory which claims NASA, blah blah blah. We just read that on the normal wiki. Proponents of the theory allege that Monsat and another unnamed journalist, who both died of heart attacks, were in fact assassinated. You can't probably rule that out, because there are drugs that do it. We use it for euthanasia after all. And the Canadian government kidnapped Monsat's daughter in an effort to dissuade him from investigating Project Bluebeam. The project was apparently supposed to be implemented in 1983. It's before I went to university, but yeah, I don't even looking at what they were doing back in 1995, was it? I can't remember now, but it was pretty early stuff, and yeah, it wasn't really believable, but they were casting like 3D images and steam of all things, or some sort of gas, I should say. It was then set implementation of 1995 and then 1996, and still didn't happen. So the invasion was meant to happen back in the 90s, it didn't happen. Now it's meant to be 2025 and 2027 and 2032, as we talked about last week. Project Bluebeam has all the usual hallmarks of conspiracy theory. It attempts to shoehorn events that have happened and are happening into the predictive framework. That's what David Wilcox uses, and he's got a huge following. It shows a lack of comprehension of the particular physiology of those who are not paranoid, plays on fears of alleged advanced technology. Propagation. The theory was widely popular on the internet, with many websites dedicated to the subject and countless YouTube videos explaining it. The actual source material, however, is very thin indeed. Mon S, how do you say his name? Monast lectured on the theory in the mid-1990s. Transcript of one such lecture is widely available. Transcript of the 1994 lecture, GeoCities page written by David Oppenheimer, which appears to be drawn on an original book. Page of Educate Yourself compiled in 2005, which appears to include a translation of the book. So it goes on and on. From these few texts have come a flood of green ink in text and videos from in several languages, even the French language. Yeah, so it goes on a bit. I'll post a link to it and you can have a read through it all. The New World Order. Yeah, there are some truths in it, right? This is always where you have to have the middle ground. And today's technology, we can replicate some of that using, like I said, ice crystals, probably, and shining laser light through it. So, yeah. Nowadays we could do something similar to what they're describing there, but make a believable mothership or aliens in the sky coming at you? I don't think so. But with drone technology, maybe we're looking at the wrong thing. Instead of being a beam of such, you could definitely make craft, like big drones that look like alien craft coming at you. So yeah, I'm not really into the laser stuff here that they're claiming, but it could be used like a distraction, you know, like a decoy, and that's what the military are trying to do. They're trying to create fake holographic decoys on runways, so they'd waste their bombs on blowing up planes that didn't exist, or tanks or whatever. That kind of makes more sense to me. Why the military would be using it, not NASA as such. But yeah, always got to take a middle ground, guys. Always got to take a middle ground, and always got to be revisiting things and updating things. So we talked about this 20 years ago. Now we've got this technology that could actually do it, you know. So let's see if that works. Oh yeah, it's working. Cool. Looks like it's still working alright, this program. I gladly accept invitation from beings from another world to take me and my kids away from this madness. It depends, unless they want you to reproduce where they eat the babies or something like that. Treat us like cattle food. They might like our certain chemicals we produce from our glands, but like what we do with animals and stuff, you know. When you think about it, it's pretty barbaric, you know. If we're real true God beings, we wouldn't be killing anything, not even plants. We would be simply just drinking water and absorbing direct sunlight, because we are children of the sun, after all. So this is why I find it a bit hard to believe that there's a super being God myself. I think it's a bit more complicated out there. The universe is God, as a good concept. Mother Earth, as some people call it. That we are atoms that come from suns. DNA is a miracle, but they can actually cause DNA to work in a lab now by putting the building blocks of the chemicals into a pond and putting electricity through it, and it starts seeing complex chemical signatures that replicate DNA starting to happen. So if that can happen in a lab, I'm pretty sure it can happen in another planet elsewhere in the universe, right? Or multiverse, which we're not going to cover again yet. But I am trying to get a guest on where they talk about dimensions and all that sort of stuff again, and of course the topic might come up again. But anyway, we'll see if we can get him on maybe next weekend or sometime. We'll see what happens. But anyway, totally agree about military use. Project Bluebeam, that was me. Okay, eventually we could create proteins and everything we require to survive without killing. Yeah, it looks pretty disgusting though. They're using like stem cells to grow steak at the moment. It sounds terrible, really. But maybe it's probably better than killing things, you know. Maybe then we can actually grow. But you know, if it doesn't taste exactly the same, I suppose it might have to be like a generation thing where they haven't eaten real meat compared to artificially grown meat. Yes, you know, 3D printed meat, I should say, but like Star Trek, you know, exactly the same concept. So yeah, this is what I keep saying, that human race has got to mature and grow up. All these wars that are happening, not even Trump is able to stop it now. He might have been able to do it in the early days, but I think it's just got too messy now. But he still hasn't given up, by the sounds of it. I think he's going to put some hard sanctions on Russia, which he didn't want to do. But yeah, always wheeling and dealing is heading that way, you know. He's managed to get oil prices down worldwide through his dealing with Saudi Arabia, and they're friends with. They like Trump. They respect him. This goes to show, through strength comes peace, right? If people can trust you, and you say you won't do this, and yet we want to work together, and so everybody profits, that's the way we got to head. Anyway, not all this corruption from the left government, and you know, he's got to fund the war still. It's against his promises. But I can understand why, because if he stopped it, then simply terrorists would get a stronghold and Russia would simply overtake Ukraine. So he's got to somehow keep that sort of defences going and work out new ideas how to deal with Putin. Personally, I think they need like a drone swarm or special squad in to go and take out some of these dictators. That's about the only way it's going to get dealt with. And if we really had alien technology, that would be easy to do. Just simply teleport in, bang, 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 teleport out, end of story. New world leader in place, you know, if we had that sort of technology. So obviously we don't have that technology. We may have stuff that can move at the same speed as UFOs, or have the same similar cloaking technology and stealthiness to get through radar systems. But to beam through solid buildings, you still would have like a SWAT team that would have to go jump on the roof, blow out windows, use ropes to scale buildings and all that sort of stuff. Which they can do, because they call it SEAL teams, don't they, in America? But then you'd risk war. I think Trump could put an end to it all, just like that, you know. May happen yet, who knows. But it's a risky thing if it goes wrong and you start a World War III out of it. But when's enough not enough, you know? When you think of the bigger picture of things. But anyway, you don't want to know my views on it, do you? But anyway, we had a goal. We are going to build spaceships. Yeah, well, hopefully Elon gets his head out the sand and starts actually concentrating on that side of things again. wealth and greed exists, hence evil. Yeah, that's right. But I think people are wising up more and more as the years go on. In the end, we're all going to die, right? I've talked about this before. No matter how much you earn, how much land you buy, how many kids you have, if we don't get off this marble, we're all going to die eventually. We only live up to 80 years typically. In the past, it only used to be like an average of 35, didn't it? When they had records, because people would die from different health problems, food related, viruses, battles and fighting. I think we are gradually getting better and better as a human race, but we still got far distance to go. I just hate certain things. Of course, I hate certain religions as well. The Christian religion used to be brutal until they kept rewriting it, and of course Islam is another one that needs to be rewritten, getting rid of all that nastiness they got in it. Like kill the... I'm not allowed to say it because I'll get banned. Kill those people. I'm not even allowed to say that, but that's what their religious texts sing, and they reckon they're going to go to heaven if they do, you know. It's just absolute nonsense. Alien Grace definitely would not... Well, I won't say Alien Grace. I think Alien Grace is somehow maybe not even a real being like us. They're like manufactured by another race of aliens to do the dirty work. I think there might be like a biological robots, because they don't show any emotions. And they may have, you know, like they talk about telepathic communication, they may have all that built in, like a machine, you know, which we're starting to understand even now in our early science, how to analyze brain and get images out of it in real time using these big machines. But in 1,000 years, scale it down, bang, bang, makes sense that these creatures might be biological robots. Self-repairing, bit like have you ever watched that show that's currently on TV called Murder Bots? It's quite hilarious, it's quite good, well done effects, where they got these biological robots that can self-repair and all that using nanotechnology, what do you call it, nanobots or whatever. All that's definitely going to happen in the future. You can just imagine them inserting it into your veins. Everybody's got these nanobots that the doctors can trigger, or that can got artificial intelligence where it can repair things automatically in the body and make you live up to 300 years or whatever, you know, slow aging down and help you repair stuff. We're going to die. We're going to miss out on that technology, but in the future, who knows? Maybe Elon will live forever. Maybe he'll take over the world. He's got lots of visions of political stuff. You never know. Christian is bad, but they are also bad. TBH. Buddha stuff is best. I don't think it's a religion. Yeah, I think I have to agree with you on that. It seems disputed, sounds like replicators. No, I plan to live forever. Yeah. Well, if you could look in at age of like 25 or something, right, and that's your age that you feel that that you're a decent human being and fit, that's the sort of age you want to lock in. But your mind keeps on growing, you keep on learning. It's an interesting subject. We can talk about that forever and a day. Philosophy and all that. But anyway, we'll carrying on. How many people we got out there? 13 now. 3 on YouTube finally. Got some people waking up. We only got half the number on Rumble. Still got the usual 5 and Pilled. I find it a bit strange because we used to have More than that. We had up to 20 on Pilled at one stage, and we had like 12 likes. We don't get that anymore. I don't know what's going on the web, but I think all this crap they're seeing on mainstream media and on social media is putting people off UFOs and aliens for good. And this is the thing of my title today about disinformation agents are all around us, and the real truth is being lost. So we got Sheila Aliens. Remember I tried to invite her onto the show and she totally snubbed me and went on Cambian's show instead. And she talked about me behind my back as well to Cambian, I believe. And Goofon went on Goofon's show, all things. Believed his bullshit, that third phase had changed. It's just absolutely crazy. But anyway, she's put out this video here. You might remember Colleen's video of the white things in the sky. She actually got a better video capture than what this girl's doing. But anyway, we'll just play it and you can see it looks like seagulls or / butterflies. But you got to look for certain signatures, right? So you can see these little white dots everywhere. Sometimes she gets in focus, sometimes not. Where's it gone now? Moving it all over the place. I saw him there for a minute. There we go. If you can just keep it still, lady, for more than a second. Use a decent camera and a tripod would help. No, she ain't gonna keep it still. I'm trying to move it with her. We have to zoom in because it's the only way we can see it. But I believe they're butterflies. It's in July too. Remember I talked about migrations? See how they're moving? It's not quite the same as seagulls. But it could be. We leave that on the list, but certainly more likely to be butterflies migrating because it's in July. What day was it posted? Where's the date on these things? There? 15th of July, right? So it happens over a 3-month or 4-month period, and then they go back home, and that lasts for a 4-month period with stragglers. US butterfly migrations. And then they get it over Mexico, mostly in California, Arizona. And why are they white? Well, under their wings they're sort of whitey. If you look at HD video of the orange butterflies, what they're called now. But anyway, the name I forget at the moment. Let's migrate dates. Okay, let's see if we get something. Will AI kick in? Let's see if the AI has managed to summarize it for us. Full migration, self-starting in late summer. Yeah, but it hasn't given me the dates, you twits. Twits. We don't know. Rocky Mountains. Yeah, there you go. Here we go. Peak migration. Midpoints. So October. And then spring. Monarchs, that's what I was trying to think of. Monarch butterflies. Hasn't talked about the dates properly. Monarch migration. He's taking it from there, is it? July, here we go. Someone's got it properly here. And it shows you where you're going to see them. Some come up from Mexico, go that way, and some go to Mexico and go this way. And they fly over the mountains, over where Utah and Rocky Mountains are. But you also see them in other locations, maybe not as dense. So from July to August is when you see them mostly, but also Some start off in March, I believe. But that's the peak time there. And then they return in October to November. I believe it's more September to late November, almost Christmas. It's when the snow starts to come, so they head back. Okay, so there's how you do some research on things, right? Just like I always do. And she's got another video, but there's even less to see, I think. Okay. She filmed it inside a car? I don't know. Sounds like it. There you go. Look, we just got a really good one then. Doesn't look like seagulls here, does it? Unless they're all swinging around in circles, and butterflies tend to do that. They tend to attack each other and fly around in circles, and looks like there's a lot of flapping going on, isn't it? So you can say it's birds, insects, or whatever. It could even be seagulls that are picking up the butterflies in the air and eating them. That's another possibility. A lot of birds use these high mast lights at night time to get moths, and bats use it as well, don't they? Another one there. So yeah, so I'll just bring that up. Next one. We're seeing this one here. We know these videos are all faked by the German brothers, CGI artists called Donuts. And I think other fakers have used it, like this one here. Obviously fake, right? CGI fake. I'm not sure if it's from the Donuts ones or some other CGI artist has used it, but I think it might be the Donuts video. Saying it's in New Jersey when it isn't. They're saying this is due to the drone swarm. This is years old fake CGI stuff being re-promoted and redistributed. Fake UFO made by German CGI brothers, blah blah blah. Okay, so you can see all this shit just keeps recycling around and around the web. Doesn't matter how many times you point it out. There's so many idiots out there in the UFO field just making a right mess of it all. What have we got here? Object passes over me moving north to south. Had ChatGPT run analysis on it. Don't use AI for video analysis, it's no good, but it can actually tell you whether there's other sources of the videos out there now. Tell you whether someone's duplicated it and tried to modify it, I guess. But actually analyzing a UFO video that's not out there already is not a good idea. Oh yeah, so let's have a look. Alright, so something moving in the sky, no apps used, no tracking apps, so let's have a look. I can see what looks like a blinking light. Maybe two blinking lights. One is being hidden in the blob, overexposed blob of light there. I think I can hear something in the background. It sounds like a plane jet engine to me, but could easily be a helicopter. It's a bit hard to know, that one. Definitely not aliens, not UFOs, not a drone. But normally the bright lights are normally not at the tail fin, so could that be the wings there and we're not seeing the rest of the tail? It's more likely to be a helicopter, I'd say. Could it be two helicopters close together? Could be. Let's have a look. I just think it's not that big. I think it's just overexposed and it's hiding the other blinking light on the tail fin. It could be a Chinook helicopter, I guess. Military helicopter. Chinook. Let's have a look. Chinook. Not sure. Probably spelled it wrong. Shun. Nook. Maybe double O there. Look. Heli. Got it backwards. Oh, there we go. One of these things. Would have a flashing light there for sure, and I'm pretty sure it'd have maybe lights because it has like a ramp that comes down for the troops to get out. I wonder if we got any nighttime footage of some not to compare it to. Could be something like that, I suppose. Night. Let's see what we got. Yeah. So we've also got a bright little pulsing light there. Definitely got more lights at the back of it here, and a red light. And we got the green light on the right hand side. There we go. So that looks like it's going that way on that one. Over the red light at the front. So that looks like they might have a video there that we can look at. That looks very similar. I'm just guessing at this stage, but it might be a good guess. Let's have a look. This is where you got to do the pattern matching, pattern recognition. Was it not playing? Or was it? There you go. Looks very similar, doesn't it? If that was further away. Oh, right, it's going the wrong direction though. So they've got a white light at the front here, one in the middle, one on the tail fin. It doesn't sort of match what I was thinking. But then again, I still could be correct. It could be that they just haven't got all the lights on. So yeah. Again, you'd need the date and time for that one. Where did it disappear to? Third phase, I might have to leave them for another timer. Now look at this shit they got up here. Look, breaking UFO news they can't believe. Like a black object in the distance. I think we've looked at these ones before. It turned out to be a blimp. There's a blimp that goes up and down the California Valley there. We have a good look at it next time though, I think. Bugs on video. What was it? I think we looked at that one before, haven't we? What was that one? Long exposure of what looks like an airplane lights on some telescope or whatever it was. Yeah, we got down to there, so that looks like we got some new ones to look at next time. I'll leave it for next time. But yeah, I've got to sort that guest out, of course. Yeah, went into that one with the helicopter. Okay, we've got so many tabs on, that's the problem. Close some of this down again. Too many tabs. Yep, that one we're looking at. Still more. Alright, I need to get to Skidwalker Ranch, so I have to do that before I wrap up today. Now let's move on. What's this one? September. Ohio object passes over moving. So, was that the one we just looked at? Yeah, it was. Now, what's that there going across? Is that a plane contrail? Kind of looks like it. No, it's a power line, isn't it? Look at the crappy video, you know. See what I mean? It's just so stupid. So, what did other people say about it anyway? It looks like a plane, but maybe heli. Get a decent camera. So no one said anything about it because they know it's just crap. Close. What was that? What was that about? Yeah, that guy. Former Area 51 engineer. The US is holding aliens captive. Might just leave that one for next time. What did we get into here? Alright, skinwalker runt stuff. So yeah, might do that now. Just wrap up on that. Again, let's go to the comments for a short look. Excuse me, I'm going to have to cough or drink something. I'm surprised you're still awake. You must be enjoying what I'm doing here, Michael. It's got you wired up here. Going to play VR before I crash, by the way. We'll listen there. Okay. Yeah, so let's finish up on the Skinwalker Ranch stuff. Got error message here on the other screen. Let's see, I think it's just timed out. I think it's still working, isn't it? I have so many problems, I really do. Looks like it's still working on YouTube, that's amazing. The other ones crash out too bad. Yeah, photographs. So let's step through stupid Skinwalker Ranch stuff. So we're up to Season 6, Episode 8. Previously, here they are with their full-wheel drives. Chewing up. They're not electric, are they? Chewing up diesel or petrol. Not worried about climate change there. Okay. Previously, so they got this so-called bearded fellow. It looks a bit like Corbell. At the mine, at the cliffside there, they were trying to put in a second tunnel or tube, I should say. And he finds some green snot. Surprise, surprise. You're picking up this green stuff, which they had analysed. It said it was a biological fungi, ancient fungi or whatever, I don't know, that apparently was on fire in the swamp, which sounds very much like a meteorite crash down set in maybe a forest swampland on fire millions of years ago. But we looked in possibility of aerogel, remember? How they were using it for insulation and maybe self-repair. So, if it's got lots of holes in it, stops all the string cold coming right through, like you need in space, to use aerogel to protect the so-called space pilots. What do you call them? That Trump approved. But also NASA, space stations and all that sort of stuff. Russians probably would be doing something similar. So did a experimental craft crash in their backyard and they simply just buried it? It's possible. Could it be some ancient fungi that was caught on fire from a meteorite impact? Possible. So there's a lot of possibilities. It's still a mystery, but a lot of the science in it is non-science. As we've pointed out many times, it's just ridiculous. And we're just going to do it today too. Okay, next one. He's either really, really small or he's getting smaller. But yeah. Oh, that looks like the stuff we got in here. Yeah. Last year, to say. Another picture of it there. It reminds me of the Black episode when they come back from the Americas and he's wearing the green thing around his neck. I got pure green. What are you going to call it? Because I think it was meant to be jade or something. I don't know. Green. That was a funny episode. And they got more lasers up in the sky. But look how overcast it is here, guys. You got rain clouds coming towards them. And it does rain in this episode. They actually show it. They got a star there. We know they're pretty close to Air Force bases. What's that one? NORAD, and also the airport next door. So they're showing up lasers in this episode. And they look like this, which is pretty cool. And they're using red, green, and blue for some reason. But you can see even in the laser beams here that it's reflected off particles in the air. See all these? Now what are those particles? Are they insects? It could be. Is it ice crystals? Could be. Is it dust? Could be. It could be all combination of the above. Right? People don't notice that, right? They're too busy looking at lasers thinking, oh, that's nice. But we can see there's reflection points and then they're casting like little white blobs. Is that breakage in the beam, you know? Is it... What's going on there? Anyway, just carry on. Suddenly they get a high reading on the meter, gamma rays. Everybody escape. Panic. Get out of here. And that turned out to be a false positive. Faulty meter or something. I don't know. Now they got this drone guy. He's real drone. There it is there. Expensive drone. I think they call him FVP or something like that. Lots of LEDs on it. Yeah, what did they say on that episode? Oh, they got a thermal camera on it. And that's it. Well, they got a thermal camera aimed at it on the ground looking at it. I'm not too sure. I think that's it. And it must be on the ground. Or they use that cherry picker, don't they, with the camera up high. And it gradually looks like it goes through a force field. Which they call in the edge of the dome, right? Rather than it going through a cloud mass or ice crystals, which you don't see with your normal eyes, and obviously it acts like a cloak, right? Cloaking technology on thermal. And then they captured this on the previous episode of something cutting the laser beams. We already saw that up close on the images, right? Are these stars here? There's a cursor, but what's these other little lights? They don't point those ones out. But yeah, they're saying, oh, it looks like a cube or a diamond cutting the laser beam. To me, it kind of looks like a bat. A bat, which would, you know, form those strange angles that we saw of the wings, you know. It looks like it's flying into it this way. There's the bat wings, the blackness there. That's just compression artifact happening probably, or the reflection of the laser beam as it hits it. It may be after, as I told you, when you shine something like that in the sky, it attracts all the bugs. You know, we saw that maybe that was bugs in the laser beams. This might be bugs flying around it here. So it attracts the bats that eat the bugs. Oh, it's a UFO. No. Okay, moving on. And there's another image of it. Again, the cursor there. They ain't got no decent cameras on the ranch, have they? No. So they're digging another hole. Finding the usual problems. Something hard they can't get through. Slow progress, blah blah blah. Travis Taylor looking like a redneck. Oh, I don't know. He talks with that funny voice. I have to listen to him to better tune in and do it, but I can't do it today, unfortunately. Then we got the guy that sits in the air-conditioned cabin in the desert, drilling the hole. So now he's talking about what they discovered with their scans last year, saying there's a big blob of some craft in the ground, which I don't know. But they're strange anomalies they got on the thing, which could be simply, looks like maybe a crash of a comet, you know, or asteroid or something like that. Boom. Looks like a crash site where bits blew off and iron is reflective differently. So now they're putting in the second borehole on this episode to put sensors in that can monitor what's in the middle. Instead of me just getting a digger and start digging all this up and gradually working down to it, which would be the more logical one, which they're trying now to do on Oak Island, Curse of Oak Island. You could easily spend the millions of dollars moving all those blocks out the way to see what's down there. But no, they've got to do it the hard way first. So these big blocks here, I'm not sure how long it would take, but if you had a team working day and night with big cranes, I'm pretty sure they could get through into the little cavities which have the bats fly out. So they've caught bats flying off on their thermal before. And of course there's going to be little cavities and holes where it goes down, where they all live, along with other animals and birds and stuff. So they're setting up their spectral analyzers again, and of course we know they've got all sorts of other technology around them, including phones, probably even satellite phones. Then the beacon on the thing, they have a little beep thing that's on the nose cone off the drill, so they know whereabouts it is, because they're going blind. And they can work out from mathematics, science, how far in it is and its position. The battery suddenly goes from full to 25% full, which we know happens in UFO and paranormal cases, right? We know that sort of stuff happens for real, and we don't know why. But when looking at the research I've done years ago on this, there is now indications that radiation, background radiation, can impact on our batteries, even radiation from outer space that passes through your house at the time that it drains the batteries. So anyway, he's on that walkie-talkie thing, and he's monitoring all the frequencies, and it's all quiet. And the next one, he starts getting something happening. So they're looking at 1.2, 1.2 there. Well, it's not exactly 1.2, it's below 1.2. Now, they know the government transmits exactly at 1.2 on satellites and 1.6 on satellites, but they get interference that's not exactly on the same par. Now, I'm not too sure how they got it set up there, whether they're transmitting or not, but I think they're just picking up stuff. So they're looking through the latest spools, and they come across similar types of snot stuff, green stuff, and silver. Well, there's the snot stuff with flakes of carbon in it from something burning, which could be a plane crash, could be an ancient comet, it could be all sorts of things. Anyway, just moving on. Then they find in the pile stuff. What did you say it was? Some sort of white crystal stuff. I can't remember what it's called now. layered with what looks like layers of ferrous iron layer, which they're thinking is like a skin of an aircraft or whatever, of a UFO. So he's pointing it out there. Gypsum, as was the name, was like white stuff, gypsum encrusted onto a layer of ferrous material, which we know comes from asteroids and it's also in the ground naturally. So yeah. Right now let's start picking up the frequency. We'll just see where it's going to. So it's not really exactly on the frequency. It looks like it's something drifting off the frequency, which you can get from GPS signals. It can bounce off the rocks and actually produce an echo. But anyway, we've covered that many times. Here's one of the clever experts, not what's his name? Sam, chief engineer. And then they start picking up something on or near the 1.6 gigahertz frequency. Again, it could be echoes. And then it's got one that's almost 1201 megahertz or 1.201 gigahertz, and it looks like chatter. Again, finds that a mystery, but when you start doing research on frequencies and stuff, you realize it's not such a mystery. Here's one that's just below the 1.2. Again, looks like chatter happening. We've got stuff happening at 1.201 and stuff at 1.2 and below either side. Kind of looks like a lot of reflections to me, and we'll go over that. Apparently satellite uses 1.2 and lots of satellites use it. But we'll just go over that. And they're talking about the force field or the dome. It has this imaginary field around it, goes underground too, although it's not actually a symmetrical dome. And then they're strapping on some GPS trackers on another drone that they're going to send up. And before it's even launched, it's giving off GPS errors. And you can see whereabouts in the mesa it is. There's that bit that goes in there. Looks like a mirror where signals can bounce off and head into the center of the triangle. You can see there would be where you'd expect echoes and reflections from radio transmissions to happen. But already GPS is corrupted in there. Then they have all the drones lined up, so they're going to do a drone display in the air, one outside the bubble and one inside the bubble, and see what happens, blah blah blah. Sounds like a lot of fun. It's a lot of way to spend money and create an entertaining show, but a scientific show, hardly that. And then they're showing that they got these GPS stations, as they call them, that then relays information to the drones that compares it with its own GPS to see if it matches. They're finding that there's a 5-second regular pulsing happening where it loses GPS signal. And they're thinking it's all strange, but we'll get onto that probably. There's the drones ready to go. And then they start getting more strange reflections, I call it, at the 1.2 gigahertz signal. And then we got the special antenna that they rotate around. They can track it track where the strongest signal is, and it points to the center of what they call the in zone or something. Center of that curvy bit in the mesa, right? Which you'd expect where the signal would all be sort of bouncing like a parabolic mirror like this thing is. It's not that too strange, right? So this is the GPS, and I don't know if it's some sort of, yeah, it looks like it's some sort of overlay of the so-called graphics by the History Channel. But there's meant to be a representation of the animation of the antenna that they rotate around and circle the pinpoints frequencies. But there's a cylinder that they produce with the drones inside and one outside the drone, outside the dome. I mean. And then they call it the in point. So that's where it is in the middle of that mesa where it's nice and curved. Surprise, surprise. I don't find that very surprising whatsoever. And then he says, oh, that's where we saw UFO enter the mesa and then come out. Well, I looked at this particular UFO and saw it was in the shape of a letter A, which looks like a miler, one of those large miler letter A balloons that they use for birthdays to spell someone's name, like Happy Birthday Brad, or Andrew, or Andy. Whether that's the direction of where the Indian land is, I don't know. I think that's where the triangle is. So they see something that comes down to the mesa, and then later on it re-shows up again, which I believe is just a letter A balloon that went down, landed on the rocks for a wee while and disappeared off the camera, and then a gust of wind brought it back up again. And eventually gets close enough where you can identify it with various skill sets that I have and tools. Okay, so the drill guys spot a light in the sky. They're still moving. So we got dots in the sky again, which could be one of these drones from that camping park that's at the other end of Skinwalker Ranch. Keep on going. So there's the drill guys there that they're looking up with the camera crew. They've got certainly a bright light there. And then they send up the drones after the light disappears. And it forms a cylinder. And then they create one outside the cylinder, so that's inside, that's outside, blah blah blah. And Travis is near the inside one there, looking up at it near midnight. They form a perfect cylinder, no GPS dropouts, no, because they've got a base station that's communicating with them, and I suppose somehow it eliminates the errors, averages it out, whatever. No battery drain, nothing like that, until they try and launch some rockets. Looks pretty cool though. That looks like a star up there. What's that there? I don't know. Anyway, carry on. Sending up a remote controlled drone. LiDAR on it, I guess. So they've got these special panels here. I'm not sure if that's feedback, not connected, calibration, GPS location there. There we got more LiDAR, by the looks of it, in flight. Well, it's one of those thermal cameras, I'm not sure what that's looking at. And then what happens? Alright, notice the sky. See, it's either smoke or mist, or all that's going to affect the LiDAR. The LiDAR's going to reflect off, the laser's going to reflect off all that crap. Alright, they also did pyrotechnics, right? they create a lot of smoke, right? They forget about the smoke, right? All the smoke they created. So that's from their pyrotechnics. Oh, that's what it is. Pyrotechnics are lit up on the drones. I think we've got some other shots here of it lighting up. So that's going to pollute the sky, right? That's what they want, though. But then when they get the analysis at the end, that's quite hilarious. They don't understand what they're seeing. It's like they're like the dumb scientists the whole time. So he tries to launch another rocket inside the circle while the pyrotechnics are going. And it doesn't light, the battery's flat. Surprise, surprise. But they managed to fire one off outside the dome. And it went in perfect flight, straight down almost the middle. And then it starts raining, and he couldn't get the other one lit. Alright, no, he finally, they got one off, okay. And then he got this one to fire off eventually. It's not perfect, right? Hang on, maybe it was the other one. But anyway, they launched one of the rockets up, and he fires up his one in the end, I think. Doesn't matter, but here we got raindrops on the lens now. So it started raining. So all that's in the atmosphere. And then they get back and do the results, and they see this big blue mass down here. And oddly enough, that's where we saw where they were releasing all that smoke from the drones at the bottom, remember? When it went all the way up though. But that would be like leftovers, right? And of course you got rain coming down too. And you can see there's something up on the mesa here. It looks like a antenna with a light on the top. It's amazing what you can see with LiDAR. But they don't understand what they're seeing. They don't understand this. It kind of looks like smoke, right? It looks like it's coming from the rings, where the rings were. So it looks like it's to do with the pyrotechnics. And it's blowing off over here over time. And it's traveling along here this way, right? It's just ridiculous. It really is. The show is just so stupid. Oh, look, it looks like it's reflecting off a mothership. We're not sure what that is on the show. You know, you think PhDs would have some inkling. Oh, they said, oh, it was raining that night, though. Was it reflecting off the water? So they know about the water and ice particles reflects like LiDAR. But they haven't talked about smoke. And we know that depending on the thickness of the smoke, it thermal can't see through it, and LiDAR really can't. It bounces all over the place. The thermal can see through light smoke because they use it for fireworking, but firefighting. But through really, really thick smoke, it has trouble. But anyway, just carrying on. And he's saying, oh, how can this be errors in the LiDAR when it's all clear up here? Well, smoke kind of drifted downwards in a way because of the air currents, you know, off the mesa. There's the top of the mesa, right? So the air currents would have been coming down off the mesa going this way, blowing the smoke this way, or blowing the rest of it away. So it's not thick enough to be detected or whatever. I think it would have been denser at the bottom because they were firing off rockets as well. But anyway, I just think it's smoke. And then they say, oh, I caught this on my camera. This is their camera's Eric guy. It doesn't look like a bird or a bug. But is it? And there's a close-up of it here. The question is, why would it be red? Well, the only thing that has red lights on it is got to be military or aircraft, right? And they're next to a friggin' airport. And that kind of looks like it could be a contrail from jet engines, right? And it's just illuminating. It's above the cloud cover, probably. You can see all the clouds in the sky here as well. So there's a real object behind the contrail at the front here, and it's they said it's long exposure, so that explains why it's stretched. These guys are just complete morons, and that's it. Okay, so let's have a look at the rest of it, if it'll let us. Why is it not bringing up the webpage anymore? Hang on, I've got something weird going on here. CPU slowing down. I told you something weird's going on. I don't like that. Did I see a comment before it popped up? Let me just have a quick look. Michael, going to play VR. I think I read that before, didn't I? So Mike's gone, so you have to re-watch it back and have a look, I guess. But we're going to wrap up in a minute. So yeah, having to do more research on the Skinwalker Ranch, so I had a look at the frequencies again. And we come back to those ones another day. Frequencies. So I had a look around. Aircraft electric FPV. That's the type of drones they have on the show. And I thought that's interesting. So this guy's saying anyone running 1.2 gigahertz in USA. Is anyone running 1.2 gigahertz system in the US? It's illegal, I know, but I'm really tempted to give one. What are the chances of it being caught? How would someone get caught? Thanks again. So you can buy them overseas and fly them quite happily overseas, but just not in America apparently. Are you sure it's illegal? According to AAR frequency chart, you can use all amateurs except novices 1.240 to 1300 megahertz, which is 1.2 to 1300, 1.3 gigahertz. CW, phone, image, MCW, whatever it is. Some frequencies on the 12 megahertz band are reserved for general aviation use. Don't they have planes flying overhead? So what do planes have on them that could be producing that? Well, others are not. Your safest bet is to go with a system like this, which will only transmit on legal frequencies. A friend of mine has a system and it performs just as well on 900 megahertz 500 milliwatt system. Okay. Most systems advertised as 1.2 gigahertz are 1.2 gigahertz, which is illegal in USA. 12400 1.24 gigahertz are usually labeled as 1.3 gigahertz and are legal in USA. The above link is one I'm getting. Even if you get it, it's technically not legal unless you get its technician's license, but many don't. It depends on what you're fine doing. So those little bright lights to get over Skinwalker Ranch could easily be one of these drones that's using that frequency illegally, and that's what they're detecting. Alright, and what they're getting is echo bounces off the rocks, so maybe it's transmitting maybe just below that frequency, even a legal frequency it could be transmitting, and it could be echoing in the rock formations there at different frequencies or lower frequencies. When I asked if it's legal, I was just talking about the frequency. Is frequency legal? From what I read, we got one yes, one no. I plan on using it mainly for ground, and nearest airport is at least 20 miles away. Can I at least get away with it if it's legal? I'm not in a very populated area, but like Skinwalker Ranch, I have an acre of land, which sounds like a farmer, so do each of my neighbours. So it sounds like it's out in the whatnots. Like I said, 1.24, 1.28 channels are legal only with a license, but everything else in the 8 channel 1.2 gigahertz is not. You can ask 100 people on if a license is necessary here, and you will get people say yes or no. So there's rogue people out there flying around with 1.2 gigahertz. That's all you can say from this little chat going on. Alright. Now here's someone. Fuck the Blues. Fuck the Blues. I'm going to use 1.2. Try and stop me, batches. Yeah, so it reminds me of that guy that tried to debunk Mojo's video as a guest station. So yeah, so that's that. So there are going to be people using that frequency. We did this search a few episodes back. We found a transmitter that uses 1.2 gigahertz between point to point. So you could do it that way, as long as it's on your land and it's not interfering, I guess. Like if you got a big ranch or something and you're transmitting from a higher antenna using the 1.2 gigahertz to get to your house without corruption, he's going to stop you, and it probably doesn't interfere with anything other people are doing, but it could echo and bounce around and stuff. So again, it's talking about 1.2 gigahertz and 1.2 gigahertz on this page with the drone system. FPV video system it's talking about. And there's the circuits there, so they can transmit it. Not getting enough FPV range on 1.8 gigahertz. So talking about range of the drone. This guide will explain that many aspects of using 1.2 gigahertz to 1.3 gigahertz video transmitted VTX and receivers VRX, which sounds like packets of data that you get on those spectrographs that the guy looks at. I'm just wondering if someone's punking them, or that drone guy's punking them, or someone's punking them. I just don't trust anyone that they claim as experts on that ranch. But anyway, it's got a whole list of things here. Talking about video transmission, different frequencies at 1.2. You hear people calling 1.2 gigahertz, sometimes 1.3 gigahertz. So what's the difference? So again, they're talking about it. The channels available on 1.2 to 1.3 gigahertz transmitters and receivers can range from 1080 megahertz to 1300 or 1400 megahertz, 1.08 gigahertz and 1.36 gigahertz, with 1256 megahertz and 1280 megahertz, which is 1.2 gigahertz, probably the most popular. So we'd have to see that on the spectrogram. So if they're getting 12 here, 1256 on their thing, or 1280, we know we're definitely talking about some drone frequency. So yeah, found that one. It's going to be some people that's going to tune it to be 1.3. So then I found this page here on GPS and other satellites, talking about L1, L2 and L5 bands. Satellites, right, and they got this nice chart here. And they got all the different frequencies that the satellites use. And they call it L bands for lower bands. 1.2 gigahertz there, but it's got an extra few numbers on the end. 1.2, 1.2. So they're all over the place, right? And 1.6 there. 1.6. Matching it to the satellites, L band, and different satellite names. So we got Russians, Iranians, I guess, satellite names there. I have to look them up. So these are all like 1.2 or roundabout frequencies, which we see a lot of time on the Skinwalker Ranch, right? And we got GPS there. GPS is around about 1.2 gigahertz. You got GPS, and then you got globness, whatever that is. Sounds Russian. Nearly every civilian, consumer, and enterprise receiver supports GPS L1 signal at almost 1600 megahertz there, which we've seen again on the ranch, which includes course accuracy code alongside encrypted data. The only authorized users can access. In future, the L1 signal will be augmented with L1C to increase availability for civilian users and L1M for military users. Gets complicated, doesn't it? And they're talking about the 1.2 frequency here. Well, they're using other variations either side of it. GPS. Nearly every civilian, consumer, and enterprise receiver support GPS L1 signal at almost 1600 gigahertz there, which includes the course accuracy alongside encrypted. Alright, that's what we were reading before. L2P by signal at 1.2 gigahertz has long been used for precision military application because they've got military bases all around them. Civilian users can also use it in a codeless fashion where the receiver finds the L1 signal first and then uses some of the L2 signals information to improve accuracy. As the L1, the GPS modernization program adds two L2 signals, L2C, which is not high precision but are stronger and designed to be available in more challenging environments like Skinwalker Ranch, such as dense urban canopies. Receiver can access L2C without first receiving L1. The other new signal, L2M, is available only to authorized users. So I guess a wee bit more into it here, right? The Skinwalker Ranch is just garbage, it really is. And anyway, it talks about 1.2 gigahertz O1, which he was seeing on his chart there, wasn't he? He was getting 1.201 megahertz right next to Galileo. So was he simply just picking up a satellite chatter or satellite phone or something like that, you know? It's just garbage, that show. Okay, let's close it. Okay, we got some more stuff here. People talking about Skinwalker Ranch. The 1.2 gigahertz signal should be looked into. It seems to me that whatever intelligence is controlling the dome might be trying to communicate with the team by the way of the 1.2 gigahertz signal. During episode 1, Travis picked that frequency as a marker that had not been previously used since then. Whatever keeps sending the signal back. Okay, so I was waiting for them to send a non-repeating signal and record whatever they get back to see if there's a time delay distortion which moves to another frequency. So that's talking about reflections and echoes, which they never do. I am definitely not a scientist, so I may be missing something, but have they tried sending a simple mathematical formula or other type of communication over those wavelengths? Yeah, well, they tried. Remember, they picked up their own wireless microphones and thought aliens were trying to communicate with them. It's pure garbage. That was on Beyond Skinwalker though, but they should send prime numbers. 1.2 gigahertz is used by all types of commercial communication equipment. Yeah, we found out that too, for audio and data transmission, and even for FPV drones. I just covered that too. Given all the cameras, radio comms, wireless mics, and drones they use for the show and around the ranch, I'm 100% convinced it's coming from a piece of the equipment. I'm pretty convinced too. 24 days ago, and they're just running with it to generate interest or something to talk about when nothing's happening. What? Trevor's already said they chose 1.2 because it had never been observed there, and none of the equipment uses that frequency. That's bullshit. Not to mention that 1.2 reserved for amateur microwave signaling. So yeah, this is something else I've got here. I found that ham radio people use that frequency. That's going to be all around that ranch. A lot of them have ham radio. They're out on these big ranches. It's a good way to communicate with people around the world or whatever, if they're bored or whatever, and stay in touch. Where did we get to here? You can guarantee that there's nothing in the area generated 1.2. Can you guarantee? No. Is there a military? Well, we know satellites are generating it. GPS. Travis said so. He's been monitoring radio for years now. Yeah, he's an expert. No, it's not close enough. So military bases have radars that can detect satellites in geo belt and gigahertz frequencies that are 140,000 kilometers away, but the signal will not travel a couple hundred kilometers to the ranch. Unless you want to get into a whole discussion about directed signals, antenna arrays, noise floors, the answer is no, they won't. Exactly. I would love to get into the discussion where we calculate how much energy would be received by the ranch through the side lobes of a powerful radar. Actually, I feel like the sub could use some real science. I just did a quick back of the envelope calculations using radar range equation. The radar can track, as you know, radar uses microwave band. The 1.2 gigahertz is microwave. If a radio can track a satellite in geo at 40,000, the signal would be 118 dB. So higher values end up being noisier, isn't it? At home you need to get like 50 dB for a good signal, isn't it? Weaker than that same radar emitting the same signal at target 45 kilometers away. The distance between Skinwalker Ranch and the closest military base, if you look on the link, you can see the antenna pattern for a parabolic dish, the minimum value for a null, and the antenna pattern is about 60 dB. That means that the worst possible case scenario, according to the smallest possible antenna pattern, as you pointed out, a radar will still get an extra 58 dB more signal at the ranch than on the targets in the geo belt. That is 600,000 times more energy at the ranch. Many radars used for geo tracking operates in the gigahertz frequencies. Do you believe me now that they could detect radars from military bases at Skinwalker Ranch in gigahertz? No one is picking up those signals with the RTL, SDL, SDR or Kraken at the ranch, and certainly not above the massive local signals. I still think it's something closer, like on a person's body, or maybe that little area at the end of the ranch called a caravan park. Scientific is corrupt. Yeah, too many people take this show way too seriously. The lack of true scientific method is appalling for something like this. Maybe they do more and it's all for the camera. Yeah, we don't know what's cut out. We need to see the whole show from beginning to end before we really put the final stab in. But they certainly find all the stupid things Travis says in the show and put it all in. And he should be complaining about it if they're leaving out all the good stuff. I don't know. This shooter rocket isn't getting any answers. There are particularly Practically no control experiments. That's right. I've said that many times. What they think is a base control isn't. It's not like they send up drones in another ranch next door to see if it goes wrong, or anything like that, you know, or another paddock even. This is the first time they've actually tried to do a control inside the dome and outside the dome, though. Can you prove to me that the signals are too weak to be picked up by rats? You said you could get into a detailed explanation. Yeah, so they pick up 1.2 to 1.8 that we talked about. Some of those frequencies are used by cell network. And we know they've got phones on them. Here we go out there. Must be a lot of tired people by now. 10 watching. What else did I miss? Prince Jr., who knows? Anyways, it's late, so I'll leave you for the night. Thanks for the analysis. Thanks for joining us, Prince, on YouTube. One of these days I'll have enough time to plug it up into stereo and check if we could mistaken myself, although one of the sightings was like a disappearing star that reappeared here and there. Yeah, so we'll probably have to see that then. Those videos remind me of a little research I've got to do. Hey pal, I've been listening for a while, doing other things in the meantime. Okay. Those UFOs remind me of a little research I've got to do. 2 sightings I had back in 2023. I have the approximate times and locations. Okay. The problem is that the longer it gets, it's harder it is to look up in the software that wants to charge you lots of money. One of these days I'll have enough time to plug it in. Yeah, so I caught one of these little fast moving orbs as well. Well, it actually wasn't an orb. When you zoomed into it, it was actually more elongated, but then again, we're dealing with cameras where the exposure rate could extend it longer. So it still could be a camera artifact, but it was certainly moving faster than any planes in the sky. And we can't rule out being some sort of black ops craft either. We don't know if it's aliens or anything like that. Certainly wasn't a hang glider that was on the map at the time. I've covered it in live shows. You want to go back and check it. I also got some quick shorts that you can then click on and link to the video where it was. So what's this one? The Select Committee on the CCP. So, Gallon presses FCC on US cell phones and devices using Chinese, Russian GPS satellites. Which was on that chart we looked at, using the different frequencies. So what's it saying here? So we're talking about frequencies. The most modern economic economy relies on satellite GPS systems. The energy grid, aviation, wireless 911 services. The FCC allows USA and European satellites to provide connectivity for these crucial services. In the letter, current FCC rules permit mobile and other CNSS, we saw that on the map before, global navigation satellite systems, receivers to receive and process signals from the US Global Position System, GPS, and any foreign CNSS, which is similar, has been approved through the process of Federation Communications, blah blah blah, adopted in 2011. To date, only the European Galileo, which we again saw on that chart, has been approved. However, we have become aware that US mobile phones and other connected devices are receiving and processing signals from the PRC, which we saw on that chart. I should have kept it open so we could refer back to it. Beldu and Russian GLONASS, which we saw on that chart too. constellations in violation of the FCC rules. So does that mean they got ground-based transmitters and receivers that talk to the satellites, which could be being picked up by trappers on that ranch as well? It appears one reason that the carriers and devices and component manufacturers are using those unauthorized signals is that the United States is woefully behind in its deployment and activation of the next generation of GPS satellites. However, Galileo provides access to a full constellation of the most advanced CNS technology and is operated by our close allies in the European Union. As such, there is little need for the FCC to waive its own rule to allow US devices to use unauthorized foreign signals. So yeah, there you go, guys. Like I said, you can buy these devices that transmits into those frequencies, and I don't think some of them are going to slip through customs and all that sort of stuff. What's this other one? So we're talking about another drone system here, Sky Prowler. Technically, Sky Prowler is connected to the operator ground station by 3 separate radio links: radio control signal, telemetry radio signal, video signal. There you go. In addition, Sky Prowler, like many modern UAPs, also has satellite link to the global position system GPS, which utilizes frequencies of around 1.2 gigahertz and 1.6 gigahertz. These radio signals operate and have to operate on different frequencies. The chosen frequency compromised between 3 factors: achieving the best range and signal, avoiding interference, legal requirements. Sky Prowler 2 uses 915 megahertz, which we read before. Sheet crossfire long range radio system. The video signal is digital 5.8 gigahertz, but some said the 1 gigahertz is a lot better for range and quality, right? If you've heard, we can ultimately equip Sky Prowler with 2.4 gigahertz, which then would be the same as our routers, and 400 megahertz. And we also use 5 gigahertz signal ourselves, don't we? So all these frequencies can echo. New Zealand. So yeah, it's quite interesting when you start doing research on what the drones are doing and how they could be modified. It could explain a lot of things, really. Can a ham radio interfere with GPS signal, or vice versa, when both devices are being used at the same time? Now this guy said, which is quite interesting, no, it cannot. The GPU uses the frequency, which we just looked on the chart before, almost 1600 gigahertz, but it's not. Whereas the closest ham radio frequencies are 1240 to 1300, which is 1.2 gigahertz to 1.3 gigahertz, 23 centimeter band. And that talks about this other frequency range here, with slight plus and minus variations in different countries. However, if the GPS receiver is used very close to the transmitter on the above ham frequencies, there may be some RF interference that may affect the GPS receiver. Maybe all the GPS dropouts they get on the ranch, well, they're getting reflections that are interfering with it, right? Depending on the type of antenna the ham radio station is using, how well matched the antenna is to the transmitter and so on. So if a ham radio could cause frequencies to bounce around that ranch, I'm pretty sure they could create their own interference on that show without even knowing about it. Or someone from the video cameramen and all that, carrying around phones, even satellite phones. Anyway, had enough of today. Today's been a long day. And it's time to wrap up and finish up now. Thanks for you guys joining us. Yeah, it's late now, I know. Time zones suck, unfortunately. I haven't anything to eat yet. It's probably 4:30 on there, and before long it'll be dinner time. I'll eat something now, but probably won't feel like dinner. So say good night. All. And I'll see if I can get that guest on this weekend, if not next weekend on. Maybe he'll change his mind. I don't know. He might think I'm a crackpot, just like all the rest of the people out there. But yeah, they don't realise that coming on my channel makes them more credible, if anything. So take care on the roads. Don't have a lot of shit like I get every week from things going wrong and sickness and stuff. So I'm going to say good night there. I don't know if anyone's going to reply to me though. But you can get in before I click end. It will show up in the side chat after probably. Yeah, I'll just close that down there. Oh right, did we get any likes on this? Any more likes? I'll just update it just to check. Got lots of work to do after also. Chapters and all that. 7 likes on YouTube, so we had a few people drop by. That believer of aliens out there channel. Not the believer, experiencer. That's the difference. There's a lot of people out there that believe in scientists but never experienced it. It's too bad for them, I guess. Don't look like we got many likes though today. Too bad. Too bad. I'm gonna wind down now. Me, I've had enough for one day, or 1 week, or month, or year. This year's been terrible. Enjoy the rest of your night. Enjoy your sleep, and join Discord if you want to chat. You know what to do. I'll leave it there. That guy never stops talking. Thanks, Michael, for your donations again. Great stuff, mate. At least that will cover a few power supplies anyway today. And I've got to wind down this stuff now. I hope you enjoyed it anyway, guys. I'm on your side. I'm on everybody's side. Everybody's sort of right, sort of wrong. It's a complex field. Complex science. Lots of theories. Not so much evidence. Politics is crazy. Messed up. I gotta end some of this before it ends.